special presentation from E-Star Studios. Carry harder. History says, work hard, play harder, embrace the grind. The journey is an arduous lane, yet creates a lifetime bond. Fight. Learn. Reach beyond. History can't say what happens next.
Welcome back, everyone, to the North America Challenger 2023 Spring. I'm your host, Liz, and today we're walking into the last week of the round robin. With me here at the caster's desk are Private, the Potato King himself, with his vote for Potato Pin, and his partner in crime dynamic duo, Mr. Hadid, Prince Hadid. How are you guys doing today?
What's going on, Liz? Thank you for that introduction. It's true, it's Private Dancer back here with my co-caster, the Master Blaster, Ben Dunn Haddad.
Thank you so much for those grandiose introductions. Again, Bahi Bak to all my Arabic brothers out there, Salamat, all that stuff. I love you guys. Welcome back.
Yeah, welcome back, guys. We're going to quickly go into the show. Let's take a look at the tournament format once again. Private, take us through what we've been doing the whole season.
Well, we are at the last week of the second round robin. A lot of things on the line here, especially deciding who's going to go off into the playoffs. That, of course, will decide who meets us in Vegas for that very special grand finals.
Yeah, it's a really big day, and I think it's a treat for viewers as well as casters. It's always fun to cast an Empire game, right? And the first game of the day, we have Ackerman versus Empire. It's going to be a comeback story for these teams. These are really important matches. BTK followed into Fallout in the next game, and then we wrap up the day with Area 77 into LaimiTop.
Yeah, and you guys mentioned this is the last week of the round robin. A lot is on the line, especially for contending for the fourth place. So why don't you guys take us through what exactly could happen? What are the scenarios?
Well, the brackets, there's two parts of these brackets that are basically set in stone. Up at the top, we have the Ohio brothers, who have basically taken every series by storm. So they are secured in that first place. Unfortunately, there has to be a last place, and right now, that is LaimiTop, who had a marvelous effort, but still a lot of room to grow. Big news here, though, is for that second and third place is going to be BTK facing Ackerman. This is already set in stone. These two teams will face first round of the playoffs. What will be decided this weekend is which one of those teams will start with the first ban and the first pick of that series, which is very important.
And to carry down from that second and third place match, the real dramatic note for this weekend, and today especially, is fourth place. We've got three teams who are mathematically possible to get the fourth place. Fallout, who occupies the fourth place right now, Empire, and Area 77. And when you talk about who can take that, you have to look at strength of schedules. Fallout is facing BTK and Ohio brothers this weekend. It's a tough weekend for them. But Empire and Area 77, they have a little bit of an easier time. They have a couple of LaimiTop games apiece, and then they have also a very strong opponent as well. So if they can get a couple of games off a really strong and do well against LaimiTop, it will be a big weekend for them.
And a lot of pressure is on the line, especially for the fourth place. The Fallout, as we know, are facing two of the strongest teams in tomorrow's games. So what are all these which teams do you guys think have the most pressure at hand right now?
Ooh, for me, I mean, I'm gonna have to say Fallout right now. Like Ben just said, they have giants this weekend that they have to face. If they can get, but that already speaks for it. If they can get a win or wins multiple there off of one of these giants, they will secure a spot here in the top 4. But I mean, it's a hard pill to swallow and a big journey for them.
Yeah, and I think actually there may be an opportunity because we know TOB likes to troll in game 2 if they win game 1 very hard, and we're talking about game differential here. So if TOB feels like maybe throwing a game and Fallout picks it up, that really strengthens them and they get another game in their score differentials. So I think a lot of pressure on Fallout, like Private said, they have to slay dragons this weekend. But for Empire and Area 77, they have to do well in the games they can make, and they need a game off of a big team. Empire versus Ackerman, our first matchup today. If Empire can get a game, it will be so big for them. There, I think the tournament, dark horse, they've got such a storyline in this coming in brand new, and they have a chance to make it.
Absolutely. And these players are not just in line for the prize, they're actually in line for a lot of money. The tournament features 50,000 USD total cash prizes with 24,000 USD cash as well as 900,000 diamonds. That's a lot of diamonds, but if you look at the first 3, even the top 3, top 3rd and top 2nd casters, they have a 4,000 USD difference. That's a lot of difference when you actually come at this state of the tournament, when these numbers are turning into reality.
Yeah, it's a great prize pool there, and it just keeps increasing here every single time we have another season of NACT. It just keeps on getting better, and each of these teams, especially up at the top 3 who are fighting for that money.
Yeah, it's a lot of money in first place, right? And TOB seems to have that lockdown, and they deserve it. They've rolled through this tournament with style and class in a lot of different ways. But I think 2nd and 3rd place, Ackerman, BTK fighting for those spots. You know, if one can get the upper hand this weekend, that's a $4 grand difference. And while 4th place doesn't have any money attached to it, it's a ticket to the playoffs, right? More game experience, more cohesiveness that your team can go through, more experience. And we hoping these teams stick together next year, because I feel like Empire comes around next season with a little bit of fire.
For sure, and they're always growing. And for you guys watching at home, we always have something special for you. Today, we're giving away 30 giveaway codes listed on the screen, where you will have a 99.5% chance to tickets, Magic Dust, premium skin fragments, and a 0.5% chance to one of these 10 skins. So make sure you type that code, find the link in the description, and secure your wings. But as we're quickly moving into the first match of the day, it's between the Empire and Ackerman. Let's see what our casters predicted.
Ooh,
So, wow, it actually looks like, sorry about their private, but you guys actually, both of you voted 2-0 complete sweep to Ackerman. I'm a little bit surprised. All our casters actually voted in favor for Ackerman, but the Empire has been continuously improving. They're on a hot run. So why? Why, guys? No faith?
I mean, on paper, it's going to go over to Ackerman. I think we can see here, all the casters basically agree. I am happy to see, though, that Ben went ahead, sideline, came up there. When it comes to the predictions, he's right there next to me as we're battling Eunice for these predictions. But like I said, on paper, it's Ackerman. That doesn't mean that Empire doesn't have a chance, and they are very much the underdog, and it could be their Cinderella song if they could get a victory or 2 victories off of Ackerman here tonight.
Yeah, Ackerman's favored. I think that just shows in the standings, but I think Empire can take a game. You know, it's important for both teams to take a game. If Ackerman goes 2-0, they have really good game differential against BTK, so it's really important for them to sweep. But for Empire storyline, it's important for them to take a game off a strong team and contention for 4th place. So either way it goes, it's a big storyline for both squads.
All right, guys, we're going to be getting into the draft here with Empire taking on Ackerman. We've already talked about, we've laid down what is at stake for both of these teams. Now it's time to see what they have in store for us when it comes to these drafts.
Yeah, and speaking of drafts, I think Empire has the more flavorful draft, we'll say here. And they've taken that book out of that page out of the book of Wations and playing the fighter into these gold lanes, and they play these fighter comps that have these early game, mid game spikes, but kind of fall off to late, but they don't want to go late, and they force the game early. I think Jordan has to have a glue ban here because he's shown that he's just that good at it, and a couple of respect bans are probably going to throw it over to Ackerman with the assassins of Kush, right? You're going to see the Lance, probably the Fanny as well go out.
Yeah, it's a very dangerous thing though when you start ironing in on a certain character on the side of Ackerman, because if you start putting down Kush, if you start putting those bans in for him, which we can see is happening here, the tanks a lot and the Fanny being taken out still leaves open that Hayabusa, but that's not the only dangerous player on Ackerman. You still have people like Nicolette who have been favoring those long distance mages, the Farja. She even plays Lunix very well, and we saw that a little sneak peek of that Lu Yi a couple weeks ago. So I mean, there is just a plethora of different angles that Ackerman can come at you from.
Yeah, and on the other side, Empire, I was talking about how Jordan needs to respect men of Glue. Well, Alex kind of needs to respect men of Martis. Only person to have no, somebody got a Savage. I was gonna say only person to get a Maniac, but Wama picked up the Savage. There's a couple of respect bans on both sides, but we haven't seen those come out. I would love to see Empire pick up the Martis and have that strength in the jungle. I think they play different when Alex is on something he really shines on. But Jordan himself, a carry through the XP lane, and one of the few that I think really just stand out and dominate for his team through the XP lane.
Yeah, right now what we are seeing is still open. I want to say Faramis is out there, Diggy, along with Fredrin. Fredrin may be kind of fallen off just a bit. I don't know if the teams have gotten bored of him, or if they just know how to deal with that tanky jungler now, especially when it comes to battling for these objectives. Still waiting for that last ban from Empire. I'm very curious to see what they take off the table.
Well, if they haven't gotten bored of Fredrin, me and the rest of the viewers have. No more, please. We want assassins, we want flash, we want pizzazz, we want kills. And I think that's what Kush delivers, right? Kush has been known for such assassin gameplay. The Kush Abusa is still available in this game, but interesting to see that Arlot has found his way in the bans, and that pushed Joy out. Joy is a terror in the XP lane, could be played in the mid or the jungle though as well. And there's not a lot that can hurt her chase. Menzathar is open, but Joy does pretty well into that combo. So it really starting to shape up around this Joy pick. It feels like a little bit of a slip for Empire to let that through. I wonder what they'll come back as far as like big S tier picks here. Maybe that Farsa, the Kaja for suppression works really well into Joy.
Yeah, and that was something I was going to mention, is that we still have a lot of suppression out there right now. We still have the Franco, the Kaja, Mincetar, right into Joy, but it's not really her dashes that really make her a menace. It's also the speed boost that she gets, so she can run around all over, especially in that early game. So that's what we have on the side of Ackerman. So we're going to be looking probably maybe for a little tankiness, something to lead us into the mid to late game, possibly, as we see. We have the suppression and we have that tankiness on the side of Empire.
Interesting. Fredrin's back. I know. I didn't want it either, but Mikasa picked it up. And Mikasa is a very flexible player. We've seen Mikasa play gold lane. We've seen Mikasa play jungle. I don't think we've seen Mikasa up in the XP, but Empire switches things around. So it's one of the few teams I feel like in draft phase, their draft isn't told early with their picks, right? They hold their cards to the very last part of draft, and then you see what their whole team comp's coming together for. And I think that creates a lot of mind games in draft, and that's why I love casting Empire games. It's so much fun to talk about this team that could really surprise you here. And Carry taking in response to the Fredrin, all that shred's going to be so useful late game.
Yeah, it's very interesting here because on one side, on the side of Ackerman, you have the Farja out there, which means you're going to have to be very picky about which marksman you choose. You're going to want to have somebody with some type of mobility, maybe a dash to get them out of the way when that feathered airstrike comes down so that they can create distance between them and that damage. However, on the other side, what we have is that Kaja that can dive in. You have a sitting target there with Farja when she ults, especially for Nicolette. We've seen what happens when they target Nicolette and the team starts to fall apart around it. So I'm definitely very curious to see on one side what Ackerman is going to be able to do to protect Nicolette, and then on the other side what Empire is going to be able to do to kind of secure it in these engagements.
Private, I don't know. Sorry, I didn't hear what you just said, because he locks in Gushin, taking a page out of the book of Hoon here and locking in the Gushin in the mid. And I have to say, I was going to think and say, man, like Ackerman's really opening themselves up to assassins and burst, because you have Farsa, Carry, Joy. Where's the front line? Where's the beefiness, right? Joy can get around, a lot of mobility, but very low health pool in total, right? So very abused by a marksman, a taunt from Fredrin, suppression from the Kaja, and comboing that with all the damage of a burst assassin. What a good pick here. May struggle in the lane phase against the Farsa, but I would expect the Kaja to come in and push that wave and help that wave clear go, so that Gushin can kind of rotate around a little bit more and play from darkness and in bushes and things like that, because when you have your eyes on an assassin, it doesn't hit the same.
The only, I guess I want to say retribution that we have here would be if you can kind of catch the Guzhin rotating in between, because we do know when it comes to the rotations in that laning phase, Farja has a leg above most mages. We've seen it before where Farja can get shut down early, where she gets afraid to kind of traverse that river area. In the early game, that's where you're going to need to shine on this Farja to make Guzhin afraid of traveling there, to make him afraid of kind of going back and forth, and hopefully to a point where that damage isn't so much during the mid and late game where he begins to shine.
Yeah, he really can, and then move to the late game. But I want to think about the Empire's early and mid game, because they don't always take a marksman and press towards that late game team fight, which it looks like Ackerman's kind of wound up for. I think Joy has a lot of early pressure and can burst it down in late game team fights, but the chase potential kind of trades off in the late game. But Empire, I feel like they could go straight fighters here, and I think that's such a good read from Ackerman, banning out the YZ. May come with another fighter ban here because they know Empire likes to do this where they don't choose a marksman. If they do go for a marksman, I think carry can be abused in the lane. Maybe a Leslie, maybe a Brody, something like that with range advantage can punish the carry in lane. And it's just really cool. Both these teams right now haven't shown a lot of their hand. You've seen a couple of pieces of what they want to bring together, but not the full picture yet for either team. Mincetar is banned out in the last phase.
Yeah, we've taken out, on the side of Ackerman, we've taken out a lot of that back line diving. You took out Yuzong. We took out Mincetar, who can pull people in, and then you're going to be upsetting the balance of those engagements. On the other side from Empire, we've taken out the setting potential from the Lolita with that Numenon Blast, and then Grok with his ultimate that he can get onto the entire team, pop them up, get a stun. So, I mean, it's going to be very interesting to see. I mean, we still have Kufra on the table. We haven't seen too much of an Atlas out there as well. However, with that too, we still I mean, they don't have a roam yet on Ackerman. So you still have room for a Diggy or something like that. But like you said before, you don't have a front line. And when you go for a roaming or a support type of roam, you want to have at least some type of tankiness on your team.
Yeah, I think great bans out here from the side of Ackerman really pinch Jordan's pool, but he doesn't elect to take the glue, and that's something he had been respect banned out on. Chooses not to elect and take it here. It goes for the Benedetta instead, providing a little bit more split push threat, I believe, and a lot more mobility. Dive as well to get to this back line. Ackerman has chosen a squishy lineup thus far, so I'm expecting them to take some beef in that position. There's the Kufra you talked about, Private, right there. They needed some tankiness, something to soak up a little bit of this blow, because now you have Benedetta and you have Guzhin, who are looking to dive and burst someone out. Petri on the Benny, most likely combo with the Guzhin. Anybody's dead. Kufra can stop a lot of that. And Akai to double with it. What a front line Ackerman's drafting the last two picks here. Now there's some beefy boys.
Yeah, definitely some beefy boys. Very interesting that we pick up the Melissa, because I do feel like with the Melissa coming in here, we're definitely aiming to try to bait out that Farja ultimate, waiting for Nicola to lay down that suppressive fire with that feathered airstrike, and then we're going to go ahead and dive on here. Because I want to say, when it comes to the Farja versus Melissa, Melissa usually loses out just because of the amount, even with that go away, the shielding that she gets from that does not help her against a feathered airstrike. It just too much damage to come down. So I know they're going to be looking to dive in and counter. They're going to be waiting. So it's going to be very much on the side of Ackerman and how they support these ultimates, how they can kind of get bait out some of these abilities from Empire before we go into these objective fights.
And to follow your Melissa point, doing well into Farsa and baiting that out and allowing the assassins to go in, Melissa plays very well into carry in the lane. The poke in the lane is going to be so oppressive onto carry. Carry may be pushed out of lane if she doesn't get some help from Kufra or Akai, which can offer a lot of help, right? But on the same side, both these teams are going to be pushing that gold lane. They both elected to take marksman. This is going to be a beautiful game one. Very important match for both teams.
Yes, Ackerman is looking to possibly steal away that second place from BTK. Empire looking to possibly fit themselves into fourth place for the playoffs. A lot on the line here, Ben.
Right, and what we talked about in game differential, Empire needs to take a win off Ackerman. They don't have to take the series, but they do need to get a game. Ackerman on the other side needs a 2-0 so that they can be higher in games won versus losses against BTK to take that extra $4,000 on the table. So these matches have a lot of weight on the shoulders.
Yeah, a lot of weight in both. I mean, we already see that rotation coming very early from Nicolette. Alex actually dropped low. Is Nicolette going to be able to find a target? Doesn't even need to find a target as Sia goes ahead and cleans that up. A little bit of engagement here, near the Litho Wanderer. Toinks is going to find himself and escape while they take care of the remnants of that Litho.
Yeah, and we were talking about how Alex will actually have the advantage in the lane against the carry. But it's Alex who dies first. Blood gets just 1v1 by carry early, gets punished. Now Zia has a 200 gold in his pocket that Melissa won't have access to. That is not how we expected the lane to go.
Yeah, and you do see up at the top, Joy was actually doing a deep into the lane there. Galaxy was for the side of Empire. So it's going to be very interesting. Oh, Reckless coming in here. Zia's going to have to find himself a quick escape. Toinks up at the top, going to provide a little bit of support and vision. You can see Mikasa up there waiting. Just, I guess, a little bit of a bait from Toinks. Just waiting. 3 over there, and they're not going to be able to push in here just yet.
I like the decision from Zia getting out of the lane. You're already chunked out. Don't stay and offer a kill up to these guys who have the utility. She does stay in the end. Zia does stay. I guess because all the members have left, but that is an easy target for Fredrin and Kaja to go after. Now Melissa's going to continue to poke, and that difference in health is just going to keep going. Melissa should trade some turret, go off of this.
Oh, you see Galaxy there in the back, does activate that ultimate, putting a little damage onto Demon, who's not going to be able to put some, the final blow from Jordan coming up, Mikasa following up, and this might be all she wrote for Galaxy, who's going to be able to get away, what a play, and a turtle going over to Mikasa and the rest of Empire. Little bit of a pop-up there onto Empire, and the rest of Fallout, they're still trying to come in, chasing down Ackerman, who's going to find the security of their first tower here.
Got it. So he does get the turtle, which is really big for Empire. And I think they have this early game advantage, but I think Joy in the late game in these chase situations will have advantage. We'll see how this Benedetta and the Joy match up late game. Oh, Reckless.
Yeah, you do see that, especially with that go away, bouncing off Zia, off that little bubble there. Nice, beautiful little gank there from Empire. And this is what you were talking about. This is more like what we were expecting from that laning phase. A little bit of a clash happening here at the purple buff of Ackerman. Kush does activate that heavy spin, pinning Mikasa against the wall, but nobody here to be able to capitalize. And Nicolette gets picked up right before a petrify, and Kush actually in a little bit of trouble. On the Sakai, in comes Toinks, misses that Tyrant's Wrath, and is not going to be able to find the kill, but Zia comes up here. Great rotation by him. Galaxy following it up with a lot more damage. Mikasa uses that Appraiser's Wrath, but it's not going to be enough for 3 members of Ackerman. Zia cleans that up easily.
That looked really good to start with, but Empire over-aggresses and actually trades poorly and kills there towards the end, and it feels like a little bit of over-aggression. I love the aggressive play style, and what it is put so much pressure mid that then Alex is sitting in the bottom lane gaining so much gold off that turret. That's 300, 350 gold they got off that turret plating in and of itself. Yeah,
and right now, the little bit of the momentum on the side of Empire, just about little under 1K for their side as they kind of continue exhausting their resources here, trying to continue this pressure. Toinks does land the pop-up onto Alex. Tyrant's Wrath comes in, and that might be all she wrote for Alex. That go away is activated, but it's not going to be enough. Beautiful gank there, and I want to say map awareness from Ackerman.
Yeah, Toinks has spent a lot of time down there and does get it, but it looks like another fight may be breaking out in credit.
Yeah, and Zia is in a little bit of a trouble here. Petrify activated takes him down. Toinks trying to get himself to safety. Looks like he might be getting picked up here too as well. You can see on the back there, Nicolette trying to put on the damage from the back line. You can see Galaxy activating that, all putting on the damage. Mikasa takes a heap of it. Reckless looking to put some damage on of his own, and Jordan's going to be getting out of the way there. And you can see here right now, Empire gone ahead, switched up the lanes for the marksmen and the XP here.
Look at the Galaxy damage coming over, and that's a little bit of, but then the Assassins clap back and they take it, they punish this positional aggression there into 4 members. Galaxy got a little lost, and now the Lord Turtle.
Yeah, heavy spin, and Kush still able to land that retry game. Zia in a little bit of trouble here, still trying to put on the damage onto Jordan, who activates that Electro Final Blow. Nicolette picking up the kill onto Reckless. Mikasa is going to be taken down as well. It is now a 7-5 game, leaning in the favor of Ackerman.
What a fast-paced game. We have, what is that? I can't count. 7 plus 5 is 12. 12 kills in 5 minutes. This game is off to a bloody start, and I have to highlight Alex's positioning. Yes, he's been picked twice, but what he's done across the map is clear down turrets, taking so much gold off these turrets, providing so much of a macro gameplay. The split push coming out from the marksman Alex.
Yeah, Reckless coming out here. You see Toinks warming up the bands, does land a beautiful pop-up, and look at all of that damage. But Zia knows something is up. He knows somebody's in this bush. He's not going to be able to come in to save Toinks just yet. Demon looking for some type of advantage is not going to be able to find it. Jordan trying to dash his way to safety. Kush with a heavy spin does cancel out that Electro Final Blow.
again, a little bit of over-aggression here. You have Demon in the bush, and instead of trying to complete the kill on a Kufra, which Reckless elected to take under the turret with the suppression, he chooses to throw at the marksman instead of like fiction one kill. A little bit of greed, a little bit of over-aggression from Empire here, and we love it. We love to see this. This is a 5th place team going against a 2nd place team, and they're bringing it to him early. Demon, 3-1. He has the potential now to one-shot a lot of these squishy members.
Yeah, and that's the problem when you have the early aggression here. Ooh, Mikasa taking a heap of damage. Ooh, getting taken down very low there by the Kara, who already has enough damage to be chunking right now. You see Reckless and Mikasa up there already. A pop-up onto Jordan. He is going to go ahead and find himself a little bit of an escape there.
So as we can take a breath, everything calms down for a second. Chill out. Don't go in. Oh, fight again here, Private. But it's calmed down a little bit. 7 minutes in, 8-5. Gold is almost even, maybe a 400, 500 gold difference. But these teams are very even competing in this mid-game spike. And now we talked about how this Farce has been kind of pushed into lane. What you expect would have a rotation advantage. Haven't seen Nicolette across the map very much. She's being pushed in a lot.
Yeah, being pushed in a lot, still having a good effect when it comes to a lot of these side lane ganks. You can see right now Ackerman and Kush are being led by Kush to go ahead, try to find a little bit of a positioning onto Alex. Alex finds it away very quickly. Now we're kind of resetting on the map. You can see a lot. You were just talking about the amount of pressure that Empire is trying to put onto Ackerman. Already in their jungle right now, looking for an engagement. Concealed play. Kush coming in here, looking for a heavy spin. Is he going to be able to find it? A lot of damage going on. Down goes Mikasa. We were talking about that damage from Nicolette. Heavy spin does push Jordan out of the way. You see the damage coming out from Alex trying to put it down. Does have that go away, and the Electro Final Blow does come out. Galaxy gets taken down by Demon, and a beautiful pull there onto Zia. He's still able to find himself an escape. 9-6 in favor of Ackerman.
You talked about it, the pressure Empire's putting on this game early. Not a breath of fresh air for Private as he is gasping for air in between these fights. They're nonstop. And we just talk about the pressure. Look at the side lanes. There's a turret down for both sides, but it feels like Empire's just electing more. Look at the turret in the mid for both teams. It looks like Nicolette's losing out in pressure a little bit to Agushin, who's now 4-1. Not even a damage spell or anything. He has the Purify, going to be very safe in these dives. And I think Agushin and Jordan have both made this game so hard for Farsa to play. She feels like she has to stay under a turret. Nicolette feels like she can't rotate because these assassins are lurking in the bushes.
Yeah, not able to really fully rotate, but she's still picking up kills, still putting down that damage, just very quickly and very selective about these targets and where she engages. Mikasa comes in there. I do believe he was able to grab that purple. Big engagement here as we see a pull there by Reckless, and now a heavy spin landed onto Jordan, still putting the damage on, and Jordan goes down. That's not it for the Empire, as they are still continuing, trying to look for the kill onto Toys. Maybe a little bit of tunnel vision, followed by that ultimate from Nicolette, laying down the law with that feather airstrike. Reckless does get taken down as well. So even with the aggression, we're seeing Ackerman still maintaining their lanes here.
Oh, Galaxy looking to clean up with Joy. The chase potential on that Joy. If someone's low, she has the speed. And Galaxy gets in there and finishes off Gushin. That's a big shutdown bonus on the side of Galaxy, killing Demon there in the mid lane. And it feels like Empire's pushing a little bit too far now and losing a little bit aside of what that was working for them in the beginning. It was the objective focus. 4 people would dive so deep into Ackerman that Alex had enough room and time. Oh, a pick off the beam. Alex had enough time to split push these lanes, right? And that pressure is what made the Empire aggression work.
Yeah, and Reckless actually gets taken off the board here. And this is why we're having the early aggression from Empire. Because the longer this game goes, the more tanky Toinks and Kush get, the more damage Nicolette has, the more damage Zia has. So they want to take this down early, and that's why we're starting to find a little bit of trouble as we start moving into the 10-minute mark, where they're starting to lose a little bit more in this engagement than they're actually taking away from Ackerman.
Right, I feel like it's been all gas, no brakes for Empire, but they're starting to hit the wall like Private talked about. And it's Ackerman who's laying back, soaking the pressure, and then picking really well, using a Kai heavy spin as a counter engage to Toinks as a counter engage, not really going forward. Empire's coming to them.
Ooh, beautiful little Tyrant's Revenge there. Looking for some damage onto Mikasa. We took out Zia very early, so very nice target selection from Empire. You saw Demon immediately honing in, and now this is going to go ahead, set them up for this lore. But we still have 2 tanky boys in Toinks and Kush to kind of try to be able to get in here.
Yeah, I'm so impressed with Demon's gameplay. He had a crazy game on Valentina, now on the Gushin. Such a good mid laner.
Yeah, and now we're starting to engage here. Reckless and Alex trying to zone out Kush, who has already proven that he can do a great job when it comes to trying to steal away these lords. Starting to slow play it. Toinks gets taken down. This is going to be a 5v3 right now. We're trying to see if Kush can actually get something from this turtle. And I do believe he was actually zoned out. Jordan cleans up a tower of his own. Nobody's still going on this lord yet. And Mikasa able to pick it up, even with Nicolette trying to put some suppressive fire on the background. We still see another engagement. Kush gets taken down. This might not be the type of deaths that you want right before a lord comes out. I don't believe that was a luminous lord just yet. So, I mean, still a purple lord. You're still going to have some pressure, but I mean, the game not out of Ackerman's hands just yet.
I think we both spoke about it right there, that Empire, when they play this aggressive and they don't play around objectives, it kind of falls flat. Ackerman just kind of falls back as a 5 and picks off a couple people who got low in the fight. But the last minute of this game, Empire turned around and said, yo, what are we fighting over right now? Let's find an objective to fight over. They start up the Lord. They get the mid lane. They get a kill on a Toinks, which kind of snowballs and ripple effects them to get so much off the map. A kill, a turret. Now they have the Lord pressing more on these outer turrets.
Yeah, you see Toinks on the side there looking for a Tyrant's Revenge. Does come in, is not able to land that ult. Go away, activated by Alex there, and Toinks is not going to be able to get away. Good, clean pick up there by the side of Empire, while we have the Lord picking up a little pace up at top. Minions crashing down at mid, and down here at the bottom, you see an engagement between 4 members. In comes Mikasa, soaking up a little bit of damage, does get stunned along his way. They are not able to pick him up just yet, but look at the minions crashing in at all lanes right now. Beautiful pressure here by Empire on the 3rd place seed right now.
I think this is where you show a top team versus kind of a bottom of the bracket team. Now they've cleared off the outer ring of turrets. They have only the high ground turrets remaining of the Ackerman base. How can they chain the rest of the objective of this game together? How can they choke out the jungle, get position on this Lord, make a pick in between to make that vision on the Lord easier? How can they chain these events together and seal out? This is a 5th place team going into a 2nd place team. Ackerman is going down right now, it feels like, at least, in momentum to Empire.
Well, this is just showing the ferocity of Empire. As we say that, Toinks comes in with a beautiful ultimate. That's the stun onto Jordan. A lot of damage coming out, but they are not able to pick up that kill just yet. Good, I want to say, good clearance there from Empire to be able to help and afford that getaway there. As we have a concealed play coming in, not able to find anything just yet. Reckless goes ahead, puts some damage on. We're fighting over this turtle buff, this purple buff, and I'm not sure Kush is going to be able to get it. He does miss the retry on it, and right now, Empire doing a great job of refusing the jungle from 2 Ackerman. At Galaxy over here in a bad way. Between 5 members, he does get it. Oh, Divine Judgment finds him, and Demon able to pick up the kill.
I think the Kaja has to have some accolades as well. Oh, step into a bush.
Yeah, we do have a nice little pop up there. Electro final blow from Jordan, still looking for the kill. They're looking for Zia right now. Look at how much pressure is on him as he is dodging and weaving back and forth, trying to put the damage onto these teams. Demon does find a kill onto Nicolette, but you can still see Zia. He's going to have to get away. He's very low. Kush and Toinks are trying to get away. A lot of damage raining down onto them right now. They lost one, doing a great job so far of trying to escape this pressure from Empire.
And Demon goes down, but he takes Nicolette with him and a lot of health bars away from Ackerman. They're fighting over Lord position here. They've gained it. Now they take this Lord.
Yeah, they're going to be able to take this unless Kush can kind of get in there, get that retribution. He lands it. He's able to steal it away. You might have killed Kush, but he already won the war. Able to pick that up, and you can see the rest of Ackerman, Zia, and Galaxy going to go ahead and clean up Empire.
And all that setup doesn't mean anything to Akai because he can heavy spin his way into a neutral objective and change the course on this game. Kush with the hold right there from Ackerman. They needed to take that objective. It was a big switch. Now the momentum has shifted here as Empire's taken their first, I think, big L. They've lost a lot of members on the team. They lost a Lord. Feels like they lost control a little bit. How will they defend this and swing it back in their favor?
Yeah, you can see here the replay. Kush coming in there, trying to get close enough and captures up that Lord. He goes down, but the rest of Ackerman make Empire pay for this Lord that they lost already. So a little bit putting more pressure onto that wound. We do have the Lord crashing into mid. Does make short work of this tower, but there you can see Empire going ahead and bursting it down. Mikasa kind of manning up the front, trying to maintain a little bit of vision as Ackerman go ahead and set their sights onto that bottom lane.
Feels like a manageable loss for Empire there, okay? Like, Kush just kind of outplayed. He got the retro. We weren't expecting that heavy spin that had such neutral objective domination. But Empire only lose one central high ground turret, and that's kind of manageable for them. They didn't lose the game. They can... Oh, Dukes!
Yeah, beautiful flicker into a Tyrant's Rage, and that is going to be all she wrote for Empires. They go down one by one. Immortality has been activated for Reckless, but he follows suit behind his team. You can see a suppress by Demon is not going to be enough as he goes down. Electro Final Blow landed by Jordan. He is alone here against 4 members of Ackerman. Is he going to be able to stop this push? We're about to find out. This might be the hopes that Empire was looking for. Going down the drain. Down goes Jordan, and down goes the base crystal.
Oh no! Empire was winning. They were doing everything right. And then Akai shows why he's picked at this level of gameplay. Can just walk into an objective and take it and completely change the course of that game. Kush puts the team on his back right there, and I have to say, makes the play that turns it around for Ackerman.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about Kush so often here, and I was actually kind of waiting for it. He was getting shut out from a first few of those objectives, wasn't able to get in close, didn't have the team supporting it from the back because they were taking a few L's early. They were getting caught, they were getting outmanned, and then by the time the objective actually came about, it was basically a 4v5, a 3v5, and not much for Kush to be able to do in those scenarios. But you saw right at the end there's somebody you always have to be worried about. If you have the Lord and you're trying to get him and Kush is around, that is something scary for a team right there.
What do we call him? Kusha Panda now? Come on, Private, whip up another nickname for him. Come on, quick. Like, look at these stats right here. It feels like, yeah, Ackerman's winning right now, and the scoreboard shows they're winning, but I feel like that wasn't really the story of the game. I feel like this is a story of Empire pushing in so much pressure at the point of winning, and then they just don't, and Ackerman shows you why. They are one of the top teams in the region. They don't crack under the pressure. They go in, they land the retry, and one mistake from Empire, and Ackerman rolls through and wins the game.
Yeah, and that was amazing there. And I think what the big story was, a lot of the slow pushing that we saw. You saw this was what ended the game there. A beautiful flicker into a Tyrant's Rage there, set pretty much the entire team there. Took down 3 players, and then there was only 2v5. And this is basically the end, the wrap for Empire.
Yeah, it's definitely a wrap when Twinks is able to use the Tyrant Rage from the bush with the flicker there and just completely stun 3 people into the wall. You've got a lot of, then Akai can heavy spin them into the wall too. You got a lot of pin there and so much damage from the carry at that point in the game. Wow, what a switch. It felt like Empire just got robbed a little bit. They had everything, they were doing everything right, and then they still lost. So it'll be interesting to see how Empire can come back in this game too, right? I feel like everything worked for them. They had the good draft, they had a good game plan, and it was working until they kind of just got outplayed by Kush. He's a myth, he's a legend.
Definitely a legend, but I can tell you from the side of Empire, the difference between the objectives was that those first 2 objectives were being slow played by Empire. They were very much aware of how much damage they were doing to the Lord. They weren't doing a lot. They were just dragging it off to their side, trying to bait out Kush, trying to bait out the rest of Ackerman. On that last engagement that they did get, they thought they had the Lord secured. So they were just blasting away at it, getting it low, but then they allowed Kush to kind of come in close. And that is the worry. That's why you want to slow play it. And they had it in the beginning. They had the plan at the beginning, but lost it somewhere there at the end. And like we talk about here, at the top 8 of North America, it's those little mistakes that'll cost you.
Yeah, and I think that shows Ackerman's prowess, right? You can be behind in a game. And I always talk about, like, a lot of teams snowball victories, and these top teams, once they get a snowball, they never make a mistake and they close the game. But it also shows a different skill set when you can kind of soak pressure, be behind early, take all that pressure in, and then snap back and win the game, and kind of like a counter-engage style. And I just, wow, what a steal from Ackerman here. And it was a really important game. Empire, who was very not favored to win this game. It's an Ackerman favored game here. Almost took game 1, which was like a crazy shift in the storylines here, but it's really important for Ackerman to take that game, and their seeding and their win differential to BTK. Like we talked about, if they can sweep this series, if they can sweep their next series tomorrow, it makes really good points for them, and that's a $4,000 difference. We're talking about money in the pocket.
For me, I love to, that last game was a very huge exercise in the, I want to say, the different dimensions and angles that Kush can come at you from. You want to ban out all of his assassins. He's just as lethal in that objective pit with a tanky jungler as well, especially a Kai who can activate that heavy spin, scoot everybody out of the way, just clean up with a retry, and then he's out again. I mean, he is just a full dimensional player here, especially in that jungle right now. Very much, I want to say, the shining beacon for Ackerman right now.
Yeah, so let's zoom into this game, right? We have a few bans on both sides that we didn't see in the previous game. Three bans that we didn't see that we expected last time. The Kaja, the Joy, and the Glue. The Glue as a respect ban into Jordan. It wasn't taken last time, which was an interesting switch. I questioned why he chose Benedetta over the Glue, but we're seeing teams respect his Glue gameplay. Joy doesn't make it through and Kaja doesn't make it through again. There still is Franco for that suppression if there is an assassin they want to play like that, but I think it's a really cool adaptation already. Now, will Empire start to elect to go towards that all fighter without a marksman in this game, kind of going back to their kind of winning vibrato, the Wasians feel of them?
It's very interesting. I want to say that last game, it wasn't a composition problem. It was a gameplay problem. They, like I said, we discussed that they had a game plan. They just kind of fell through with the execution at the end. We've seen it can be successful to not have a marksman in there, but I mean, there's reasons to have it as well. The meta is the meta for a reason, unfortunately. Yeah. I mean, I know a lot of people, they don't like to get boxed in by it, but especially when you're up here where the tiniest little mismatches, the tiniest little mistakes will cost you, there is a reason for it. We're kind of back to the standard. Valentina gets picked up early here. First pick for Empire. We still have Faramis out there, so I'm wondering if that's going to probably be the next secure for Ackerman.
I feel like as a caster, I don't want them to pick Faramis. I don't want to see two Cult Altars come down and the team fights get so messy we can't see what's going on. It comes kind of two blobs going around, so please don't pick Faramis if you don't mind. But Demon on Valentina, one of his star performances earlier in the season, we had a little highlight session about him. He did really well on Valentina in one of those games, so it's good to see him on this. And I think he'll have the same prowess as he had on the Gushin. He'll still be able to kill people and have a lot of playmaking potential, but he won't have to go in as deep. And I feel like it's a more forgiving pick for him. I like the pickup already. I think it's a strong start. Arlott wasn't banned, and he's picked this time, though. I do expect the Glue. It's banned. Oh, no. Ministar, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, that's the next obvious choice. Maybe Mincetar to get in there against Galaxy up here. It's going to be very interesting what we're going to put against, because we already have the Mage. Like I said before, Far's are usually a really big counter into that Melissa, but we already have a Mage in Valentina. Now we're still looking for a Mage on the side of Ackerman. We've left a lot of things open, and you called it on the dot right there. Mincetar going to be picked up here. We haven't seen too much shining from Mincetar just yet. He's very, I almost want to say like he's a brand new hero. He basically is with the changes to his kits, and I definitely want to see how well he can kind of match up with Arlott.
Yeah, I think Mincetar plays well into Arlott kind of later, but early, I feel like Arlott has the pressure in the lane. So Galaxy could elect to go the more damage build of Arlott, or he could go that tank and kind of be really sustainy and play for that final slash. I think the most interesting thing that's happened thus far and shows the hand of the draft. There you go, Private. There's your Faramis. I didn't want to see that. But we have the Claude. And so Empire is going to go with that marksman style gameplay and kind of stepping back a little bit more towards the traditional, meta of the Catholic school here. And they don't play that full fighter comp.
Well, while we don't have a lot of ultimates for Valentina, what you do secure when you have a Faramis on the opposing team is you have stated where the ultimate is going to come from Valentina. You already know if you have a cult altar on your team, Valentina is most likely going to be using that. So you basically have you kind of narrow down what she can use and how she can use it, which is a good play. I like that type of thinking when it comes from Ackerman, especially when there is just so much that can kind of transition on the battlefield when it comes to the different ultimates that she can take and how she could be managed on the field, especially for somebody as dangerous on the side of Empire.
Yeah, I was going to talk about maybe they could run the Faramis and the Estes combo, which is just a disgusting team fight, and they're banning out the Lolita here, so that's kind of a hit into the Ube strat. Maybe they're kind of planning something around that, or maybe Reckless just has a really good Lolita in the scrims, and they're like, nah, we don't want to play against that. It could go either way. I think you're right about the Faramis. It does kind of define what the Valentine is going to do, but Final Slash is a great ultimate to steal as well to reposition the landscape of a team fight. You're tired of them camping under the turret? No problem. Bring them out so we can fight them. And comboed with the Ministar, I think the Claude works so well. So if the Ministar lays down the King's Calling, right, and then Claude has a Blazing Duet on top of that, they can't dash away from it, and he can do so much damage. It's almost a kind of a wombo combo, but not in the traditional sense of like two skills slapped on top of each other. It's a long, slow death being trapped in those two ultis.
Yeah, right now we do have some setting potential still left for the Empire. We still have the Kufra, we still have the Grok left out there that can kind of come in there. And I know what they're trying to take away on the side of Ackerman. We're trying to take away anything else that you might want to cult alter. Like, especially when it comes out there, you have the Numenon Blast coming down there. That already means that you're going to have to use that cult altar to kind of make sure that your team is topped up after that Numenon Blast lands. So they want to take out all. Ooh, we're going to see a little bit of suppression there on the side of Ackerman here with a Franco pickup. It's going to be very. I love seeing a Franco pickup because I love here at this top end of North America seeing those hooks land, getting those beautiful bloody hunts landed on there as well. So we're going to see how well this is going to go into the Empire.
I believe Alex just got his Martis, which was banned out from him in very many games. It's kind of like fell off the radar. Now he gets it. I think it'll be Alex to pick up that the Martis, but it may be onto Mikasa and Alex plays the Marksman. They're such a flexible team, it could go either way. But to speak to the Franco point a little bit, I think the Franco doesn't really have an assassin to target. Maybe it wants to hit the Martis, maybe, but it's going to be more for like hooks, like Private talked about, and pulling things out. And against the Ministar though, it feels like Ministar's hook is just better, right? So if you hook me and then I hook 3 people on your team, I feel like I'm winning, you know? So it's interesting to see Franco played into that. I thought they were going to go with more of a team stomp comp death ball, but it looks like they're going to bring in a little bit of pick into it, which can play really well with the Arlot and maybe a Hellcurt.
This is going to be very interesting for me, just because of the clashing potential between Martis and Hellcurt. You do know that Martis likes to come in with that Mortal Coil, but you're only going to be able to land half of it, and you're going to be kind of stuck in harm's way when you land it because of that passive from Hellcurt, which silences you after an ability. I forgot what the cooldown is on that, but I mean, it's enough to where it can kind of shy away a lot of players from trying to engage on him if they don't have an exit.
Yeah, I really prefer Empire's draft here just because of the combo of Blazing Duet and the King's Calling. I think Martis plays really well in that as well, and they banned out the Diggy. Super smart ban. Diggy's such a hard counter for that. But the Hellcurt, using the vision at this level of gameplay, turning the map dark and allowing the rest of your team to make plays with Hellcurt or without him, but it's so much vision and denial and mind games can happen with that darkness.
It's going to be very interesting. I just love how well Kush can play a lot of these characters, and I'm very excited to see what he brings to a Hellcurt pickup. But Ben, we're here at game 2, pretty much the last end here. Empire fighting for a position here in the 4th place.
Right, and Empire had last game running. They were doing it well, but like we talked about, Empire can gain a lot from just taking one game out of the series. Even if they don't win it, it's huge for their standings to take a game off of them. So I'm really looking for Empire to take that L. They made one mistake, do what you did last game, and just try to not make that mistake again, because if you get Ackerman a little bit of room to breathe, they're going to run it down and destroy your base.
Yeah, and we've seen already from Ackerman how well and how very organized they play here. Starting already a little bit of pressure here. You can see Demon starting to get some vision. Reckless is joining him while they're over at the purple buff. Reckless, oh, we were talking about the hook, and lands from Mikasa, dragging him in very close, is going to put on some damage. They might have already refused this purple buff to Ackerman. Mikasa comes in with that Mortal Coil. I'm not even sure who got that. Looks like Kush was able to pick it up. Now you're trying to look for an escape for the Empire, and they're going to secure one.
Kush does land the retry, and it's a great kind of capture for him, but we're seeing kind of the same thing from last game. Empire is all up in the jungle of Ackerman, all up in their business, getting complete vision, making their lane safe, but it looks like Alex just got popped by a great roam from Twinks. Zia got him low, burned the Vengeance, and so Twinks was able to come down here and get it all done. Now they pick up another couple of jungle camps. They go up to Turtle with their level advantage.
Ooh, Nicolette in a little bit of trouble, is going to have to use that Shadow Stampede to get away. Beautiful engage there, a nice little hook there. Does land on the Mikasa. Are they going to be able? He needs a sneeze, a little gust of wind, and that's going to be it for Mikasa. He does go down 0-3 right now for the side of Ackerman. A much better early game than we saw in game 1.
Big punishment coming out from Ackerman. 3-0 ahead of the Turtle. That Turtle is going to absolutely go into the side of Ackerman here. And Hellkurt, somebody is 2-0. Somebody that gets a snowball going is so destructive. We could see Kush just run over this game.
Yeah, I mean, right now Ackerman is doing a great job of punishing Empire for this early engagements, for this aggression that we saw from them last game and this game. Ooh, a hook just goes wide of Alex and now has a little bit of a fear from him from all of these bushes.
Oh, it feels like Galaxy has a lot of advantage in this lane, but he's gone the tank route. He doesn't have the same kill potential as a damage Arlot would. But to talk about this comp, never mind. Let's not talk about that.
Yeah, Toinks over there lands a beautiful hook on the Reckless. This is what I was talking about, especially on Toinks. We saw it at the beginning of the season here. Toinks is just lethal when it comes to this Franco landing, when it comes to landing a ton of these hooks and basically opening up a lot of these engagements for his team.
I feel like Empire is playing the same game they played last game, but without the early game comp that they had. They have a Claude. They have a Mensatar. Two heroes that want to fight late game ultis in a big team fight, but Empire is still pushing in another pick.
Yeah, but this time he is ready. Reckless trying to get out of here. We do see that Call Ultra comes out from Demon. Is going to be enough here. Another Call Ultra does come out from Ackerman, followed by the Blazing Duet, trying to put on damage. He just doesn't have the damage yet as Demon takes advantage of that and takes him down. Big pop-up lands onto Ackerman, and down goes Mikasa. Nicolette coming in here trying to put on the damage. It's just Demon left for his side. Is going to expend that flicker to get himself away.
Get a couple of kills, but they lose in kill differential there. Tell me, but maybe Demon?
Oh, Sia stuck it out, but here comes Nicolette looking for the pull, trying to put on some damage. Couple of taps here. That might be all she wrote for Demon, and he goes down.
And losing out in gold once again, though. Yes, it's a 1-for-1 kill, but there was assist passed over on one side and there wasn't on the other. So again, losing out in engagement. And I feel like the Empire, rather than trying to play this early game aggressive comp that they had last game, they need to use Mikasa as a bridge with that early game power spike of Martis, allowing the rest of the team to farm and get to that point of the late game. If they keep going at this pace, Ackerman's going to hit a mid game spike that the Empire cannot compete with.
Well, right now you're still getting caught. Ackerman is doing such a great job, especially Toinks, finding these hooks. And that's where the problem is. If you're in early, or if you're trying to look for that late game, you need to withstand the engagement. Oh, a hook does go wide there, as I was talking about it. Halfway down for this Turtle. Rest of Ackerman coming around the backside. Big pop-up here, lands at the bottom. We do see that Mortal Coil comes down. Nicolette finds the kill on to Reckless, and now we have a Cult Altar for the side of Empire. In comes the Blazing Duet. Alex looking, does get pulled. Is he going to be able to find an escape? He does. Cult Altar down for Ackerman as they are coming in. Still the Turtle is up. Kush finds the Retribution, and this is going to be a great fight and a great Turtle pickup for the side of Ackerman.
I kind of didn't like Empire's position there when they're so far behind right now. This is 3K gold advantage at the 5-minute mark. It is a huge difference, and they're still trying to pull and contest at a turtle pit. Yes, they play it much more defensively, but I would have much rather them go trade a turret across the map. Go try to dive the R-Lot, at least get the turret. Trade something else on the map, because if you stand there and you fight with them, it goes even the kills, they get the turtle, and then you both reset on the map. It's still Ackerman incrementally, slowly gaining gold.
Yeah, oh, they're trying to take advantage. Oh, we do have that Darkness Falls looking for a kill onto Demon. We do have the pressure. He does expend that flicker, and Mikasa there to save the day. A beautiful pop-up and a stun by Reckless. He is trying to get out of there. Bouncing ball has been activated, and he finds an escape. Beautiful hook onto Mikasa. You see a pull. Nicolette just narrowly is able, it misses that for the side of Ackerman.
We need like 5, 7, preferably 10 more minutes here, but I don't know if Empire keeps going at this pace, they'll make it to that point. You can see Empire, when they have the King's Calling down, when they have the Blazing Duet, it's going to shred, but they have to get to that point. And the whole point of this first 10 minutes of the game is getting there. Now, Nicolette 2-0, it's Kush 3-1. They have the opportunity to dive and kill these squishy heroes.
Yeah, and we were talking about it, you know, the late game potential. We can see the openings by Empire. It's just too early for them to actually be doing damage. Alex is coming, Darkness Falls coming in, Damien in a little bit of trouble here. It does get silenced, tries to dash away, is not gonna be able to find it. We do have that final slash coming out. Reckless trying to get away, takes a whole face full of pincers, and a beautiful hook with a flicker. Does find a kill on, well, almost found a kill onto Ackerman, but they are able to get themselves out of harm's way. 3-11 still right now. Full, beautiful game for Ackerman thus far at the 7-minute mark.
I wish I could tap into the comms of Empire and say, hey, wait, you're 5k goal behind. Maybe don't be standing in the mid lane bushes looking for a gank on them. You know, like, hey, you guys, it feels like they need to check in to where they're at in this game because they're playing like they can compete right now and they're getting picked left and right. Alex goes down again, which needs to be a star performer in this late game. Has not had a good early game. 0-3 onto the quad, and that Melissa is no slouch in the late game DPS department. Mikasa
does get pulled now and might be on his way out. He gets taken down. You see Zia with that go away, and this is probably going to be a very smooth tower for the side of Ackerman. Speaking of that, you can see down at mid too, hitting Empire from all different angles. Jordan here trying to fight it out with Galaxy. Might want to zigzag a bit there. He is going to be able to run away.
And to kind of move the focus and put somebody else in the hot seat, I feel like Reckless on the Cooper has been a little bit lost, but has a good position right now.
Oh, he does land it onto Zia, does find the stun there. Colt Alter is going to be able to keep him top off. Great job by Nicolette there. Colt Alter from the side of Empire as well. Zia does go down. Jordan with the clean up there. Now Nicolette and Toinks are fighting to get away. Here comes Nicolette coming in. Darkness Falls comes in. Kush looking for the silence, is able to pick up the kill onto Jordan. Demon falls as well. It's just Mikasa who is able to dodge all of those needles from Kush. Oh, speaking of that, Kush comes back in. It's round 2, and he's not going to be able to dodge that as Mikasa goes down 4-17.
A little bit of over-aggression there. It felt like Empire got a good pick. They made a good play. And then Reckless goes way deep for a kill way out there. And the rest of the team is spread out. Do we help him? Do we leave him to die? And Ackerman doesn't care which you choose. We're diving the turret. We're taking everything. Nicolette 5-0 with the Purify. Star performance on the Farmus.
Yeah, a very star performance there. Right now, it's so rough for the side of Empire. Mikasa did not want to waste that early game that you get with Martis, but there's not much you can do against this frontal assault from Ackerman. And he's stuck holding the ball while his team is trying to get to that mid game. We do have a beautiful concealed play there. Darkness Falls comes out from Kush, more defensively. Hook does land still, and Jordan might be getting taken down here. Now we're starting on to this Lord. Jordan's gonna have to get out. He's very low. Reckless still here trying to get vision onto this Lord. I'm not sure that there's much that Empire is going to be able to do to contest this from Ackerman. You can see at the bottom, Alex trying to come in there, getting staved off by Zia. A great positioning by Ackerman, had all angles of entry covered to secure this Lord.
Now, how can Empire withstand this onslaught, right? We're now at almost a 10k goal difference at 10 minutes. This is a neck break pace, and Conceal comes out for another one.
Mikasa in trouble here. Concealed play comes out from the side of Ackerman. They're looking for the kill. Mortal Coil is not going to be enough to save Mikasa. Now you are one down with a Lord coming up at top. This is the position you want to be in if you are Ackerman. Speaking of which, we do have a beautiful pull there by Jordan, but he's kind of getting baited out here. That's not the person that you want to be pulling or putting damage onto, especially with the rest of your team not in a position to help. Another pull actually lands out there. We do have a pop-up and looking for those Colt Altars. I think Demon lands it there, does help his teammate. They still lose Jordan though.
Yeah, making a little bit of an unnecessary fight there from Jordan. It feels like maybe a little bit of tilt's going on here because why would you be there? The Lord's not here. There's no mid. I mean, there's no one there to follow up on your pick if you do make one. Now, Lord knocking on the door.
Knocking on the door with minions at mid. Big full frontal assault here up at top. Colt Ultra has been popped. Darkness Falls coming in, looking for a kill down at the bottom. Not able to find it, but we're still putting pressure onto this tower. That is one high ground tower taken down. We are still continuing on this pressure. You see Demon's gonna have to expend that flicker to get away. Mikasa trying to get out as well as Ackerman, turning their attention to the rest of this map. They're probably gonna be looking for that tower down at the bottom. Just one minion there. Speaking of which, Alex is like, nah, he's gonna come in, try to take care of this wave so that they have a little bit of defense coming for this bottom high ground tower. That's not gonna be enough though. We have the conceal play coming in. Jordan getting pressed up, a little too close, gets bursted down. Zia able to pick up the kill there. Now the rest of Ackerman looking to see, hook lands, and that's going to be all she wrote for Demon going down. That's 2 members down. This might be a wrap for Ackerman to be able to go ahead and we do have a pop-up coming in. The rest of Ackerman putting on the damage onto Reckless. That is 3 players down for Empire. Still trying to put on the damage. This is the last high ground for Empire. Very methodical moves from Ackerman, showing why they are 3rd place. Mikasa goes down. Blazing Duet comes in for Alex, and he is taking off the board. A 2-0 sweep for Ackerman. This is just a great textbook game for Ackerman, showing why they're 3rd place.
And we see the difference of an early game lead and you make a mistake versus an early game lead and you don't make mistakes. Ackerman run over this game, and you said it, methodically close out that game. Such a good clean end for them. Very few mistakes. And I have to say that Empire had some errors. There weren't exactly forced errors, especially in that defense department. But Ackerman, what a slaughter. I think it was 23-5 or something like that. Absolute slaughter. From ahead, Ackerman is disgustingly good.
Yeah, and a great game right there by Toinks. We saw the Franco come out. I was super excited to see how well he could play it. There's a lot of times you see where the team is prepared for that iron hook to come out, and it's very hard for him to land, and he has to really lean on that bloody hunt or flickering in. But man, I want to say that the missed hooks were like maybe 1 or 2 for Toinks in that game.
Absolutely rare. 25-5. What a slaughter. And I have to say that it started early with Empire going in, trying to play the same game, but they really only had Martis for the early game spike. And it felt like Reckless was kind of like lost in his position in this game and what to do when they're so far behind. It's so tough to play a pro team this far behind. But looking at the victors over here, Zia, the rich man on the team, had so much gold and got his KD up towards the end of that game. But early, it was Nicolette and Kush, the star performers of the team again and again. Nicolette 7-0-14. Kush on the Hellcurt of all heroes, 8-1-10. What a game coming out of these.
Absolutely. And you guys have been using a lot of those words. You've been using bloody warfare, bloodily good, and total slaughter. And that is the Ackerman we've been hoping to see come back. They're clearly still gunning for the 2nd seed. What do you guys think?
Well, I mean, if that is their resume for 2nd place, man, sign me up, because like I said, I've been a pretty big fan of Ackerman since it came to the qualifiers, and that last game was why. It's just the methodical pushes and tower takes and just a lot of stuff very textbook, especially in that 2nd game.
Did we really say bloody that much? I feel like I didn't even say bloody, but that's fine. No worries. Ackerman. If you're not a fan of Ackerman, I feel like you're not a fan of Mobile Legends. The way they play and Kush in and of himself playing Akai game 1 and then Hellcurt game 2, how flexible can you get? He plays the Fredrin, he plays it all, and it's so entertaining to watch. Love to see Ackerman take the 2-0. I wanted Empire to win a game, but Ackerman taking the 2-0 means they can contend BTK for that 2nd place spot.
Yes, and we can see their amazing gameplays from the replays. Private, take it away.
Well, I mean, it was pretty much a textbook. You can see here, Kush, I mean, that Darkness Falls doing such a great job, always finding the target onto Demon and then following up with Jordan. I mean, Demon had one of the roughest games of his life here because of that Darkness Falls, and followed only closely behind by Mikasa, who could not find that early game dominance that we usually see from Martis. And as we start transitioning to the mid game, there's not much that Martis has except for tankiness.
Yeah, I feel like the Martis wanted to play aggressive early, but should have been relegated a little back and just bridging the rest of his team to the later game, because he wanted to play early. Mikasa wanted to play it strong early, but didn't really have the tools and the kit for the rest of the team to do that. It felt like a little bit of a mismatch as far as what you drafted and how you played.
And speaking about draft, the MVP of this match would go to Kush. Private, you mentioned how Kush, he has such a wide hero pool. They've tried to ban out his assassins, but he's just as good as on the Akai.
Yeah, I mean, the wide, Dan touched on it too, the wide plethora of different possibilities that can come from Kush. I think that pretty much shows you that it's pretty much useless trying to ban out from Kush. You need to prepare. You need to kind of iron him into something that you want him to go with, maybe a comfort pick, and you need to be able to counter it, because banning it out is not going to do you much good. It's basically like shades of N3 when they tried to ban out Zane because they thought he had a small hero pool. Kush shows that he can pretty much hit you from any different angle.
Yeah, and I totally agree. Let's take a couple of looks at Kush in this series. His flexibility, his gameplay. Looking at him here on the Akai, the way he's able to just dominate neutral objectives. This is, I believe, when they're going to steal the Lord. Kush knows one-man army. There are three members here. They know he's there. It doesn't matter. Heavy spin in, and then he lands the retry. The ability, look at Galaxy providing a little pressure. This is all Kush walking in, takes the retry. The Empire either had to turn there and either kill Kush before he got in or run away, something. But they take the fight, they lose the objective and the team fight. This is the beginning of the end of Empire Snowball. Then here again, watch Kush on the darkness goes down and he goes straight for the back line. Can't find it. He turns up, collects a couple of kills, and they continue the dive. Now 4 members trade the aggro so perfectly here as Mikasa will be finished off after Nicolette's little pull here.
Yeah, amazing game by Kush. Like I did talk up a little bit from Toinks. He did enable a lot of that in the early game, but man, Kush, if you're gonna talk about solid and defining a standard when it comes to jungling, in fact, I don't even think I can think of a game where Kush did not overperform.
100% agree. Kush is the man, and I think his strong performance on so many heroes is what makes him a tournament favorite, right? Not only does he play tanky, he plays the aggressive, but he plays it better than a lot of other junglers. You see a lot of jungle diffs come out in this tournament because Kush is so good, and I feel like Kush and Nicolette have such a synergy in that mid lane kind of roam squad with Toinks there. They make so many plays through those 3 members. It feels like those are the real strengths of the team.
For sure, and we know each player individually are just one of the best, but we're seeing the synergy come back. We're seeing the momentum coming from Ackerman that we've always been hoping for. We casted the first game with Ackerman of this whole series, and you guys, Private, I remember, was really hyping it up for Nicolette. He is a big fan, and then he's talking about how good they're playing, and we're really seeing that in action today.
Yeah, it's been an amazing group for all of them. And I mean, not just Nicolette, and we've seen how well she can play, but the big things for me, Kush coming out, especially Toinks in that last game. While Zia does have the experience when it comes to an M series, I feel like the rest of the team, it's something not to talk, it's not a negative for Zia, it's a positive for the rest of the team, that when you're sitting there with somebody who has the experience from an M series and they're out there still outshining and doing such a great job kind of coming together and building this cohesive unit with Kush, with Toinks, with Nicolette here. I mean, it's just an unbelievable road that Ackerman has pretty much traveled here through this series.
I think you make a great point about Nicolette and Kush look so good. It seems like Zia kind of takes a backstage pass to the front show that is Kush and Nicolette, but you always see Zia shine in those late game situations, right? Wasn't a lot from him early game, but man, he got that KD out real quick when the rest of the team came together, and that's part of playing the marksman role, right? You are a later game scale, and Kush used to play the mage, so he's comfortable in that department as well, very flexible player. But when you have Nicolette and Kush shining so bright, and then you say, but we have Zia too. And Toinks is no slouch. He's been landing hook after hook. I've liked him on a lot of different heroes, very flexible as well. What a strong team Ackerman's put together. And it's good to see all of these kind of pieces of other teams throughout NA's history come together and make such a roster.
Absolutely, and that is what it takes to be here right now. With all the players, they have to be individually all very, very good in order to really shine in the performance. And we're gonna have a little bit of a break as we are still waiting for our next 2 series between BTK and Fallout and Area 77 and LaimiTop. So don't go anywhere, we'll be back in 5.
We've got each other's back.
Legendary!
We're the best duet ever.
An enemy has been slain. The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Supernova to the rescue! Music is the strongest form of magic. got each other's back. We're the best duet ever.
Enemy has been slain. The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Legendary! Monster kill!
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
All right, everybody, we are back. Just now you saw an exciting matchup between the Ackerman and the Empire, and coming back, we are at BTK versus Fallout. these two teams a lot on the line. Ackerman has already moved to second with that gameplay, and BTK, they have a lot to prove, with Ackerman coming in with a clean sweep 2-0. But for Fallout, this is their chance to make it, to secure their spot in the top 4th and moving into the qualifiers. Whether or not both teams perform, how well they perform in this game will be very, very, very crucial. So casters, what are your predictions? What are your thoughts?
Well, right now you said it best already, Liz. That Ackerman right now has moved into that second place. It is now on BTK's back. Can they come in here with a clean sweep of Fallout? Or on the other side, will Fallout be able to get some wins, maybe even a series wins over BTK and secure that 4th place spot?
Like you talked about, it's really important for both teams, and either who wins, who takes the game, everything gets so crazy in the math. I won't go into all the nerdy statistics and who's got good chances and things like that, but I think Fallout and Empire both have had this incredible arc throughout the season where they started kind of low and they're getting so much better. It's kind of a test to see, and BTK the same. They kind of fell short early and they're coming up as well. How far has Fallout grown? Can they take a game off BTK? Can they take a series? It's up to Yato and T. Are they gonna perform, or are they gonna maybe trip it up a little bit in the game and give over a win? Every game is so important for today and tomorrow. So much pressure on these teams, I'm sure.
And for sure, and for BTK right now, it's more for reputation, whether or not they come in as second, and whether or not they can beat Ackerman and show that they can also take a 2-0 sweep. But for Fallout, this is the game. This is one of the games where whether or not they make it, even win a game, will be very crucial to whether or not they can make it into playoffs.
Yeah, this is going to begin part 1 of one of the roughest weekends for Fallout to date of who they are going to have to face. Not only BTK tonight to try to secure that 4th place, but then gonna have to take whatever momentum from that and ball it all together as they take on Ohio Brothers next week as well, or tomorrow. So, and that's going to cap off this series here. That's going to cap off who goes to the playoffs. A lot on the line for these teams here.
Yeah, and I think you talked about today and tomorrow really rough for them, but who would you rather fight as Fallout, BTK or TOB? BTK, right? So here's your chance to grab a couple of wins, get a couple of games, and cement yourself in that 4th place spot. We just saw Empire couldn't get a game off of Ackerman, right? So Fallout is maintaining that 4th place spot. They got a rough weekend though. Empire plays LaimiTop tomorrow, expecting, at least in standings, a couple of wins there maybe. But Fallout has to perform today. Going against TOB tomorrow, maybe they troll a game, maybe they decide to end off the season really strong. It's up to them though, right? It seems like Fallout has so much potential and we've seen them so do well. I want to see them take a game today, maybe even a series.
Yeah, you can bait the TOB to troll for a game, but with the Fallout, today is the day where they can probably secure a win if they try their best and really look out for what we talked about, just securing the early and late game. And the predictions, all our casters, again, voted in favor of BTK, like what Private and Ben said. It is the BTK's game to win, what everybody is thinking, and it seems like everybody besides Trex and Deck voted 2-1. They're the odd duo out.
Well, I mean, we talked a lot about Fallout in that last little statement there, but that's not to take anything away. That's just because of how strong BTK is. It's almost really obvious to talk about that and how powerful they are and what their chances are winning of this. Maybe at the beginning, little shaky, a little bit of problems there trying to get that synergy together, but as we have transitioned through these different round robins, BTK have really found a shining point together and just keep getting stronger.
Yeah, and I think BTK has had some of that same arc, right? But can somebody holler at T all the way down there in the standings? I thought Mr. M4 Caster was going to be on top, but he's running up the bottom here. And we're talking about power rankings. I mean, BTK, it goes without saying, right? They're one of the star performers, even though they had that rough start. And I think MSC may be the first time we see Zane not go to international competition since he's kind of had his reign in North America thus far. And MSC will be the first time we send someone else besides Zane to international competition. Will that happen again? Looking at like next season, has Zane gone for this kind of team where he builds up and he builds this really strong international competitor and kind of building season right now, right, for a very good payoff in the future? Or is TOB just that good?
And this is a very important tournament for both of these teams, because for BTK, this tournament might not only represent North America and MSC, but also the ISF. So that is a big chance for NA, and let's see if Zane can make it. So we're gonna begin first draft of the day.
Yeah, I'm really excited here. We touched base a bit, and I know me and Ben have been agreeing when we talk about Fallout. It is one of those teams that always have very deliberate drafts, very deliberate game plans, and when it comes to rotations and things like that. However, it's that late game that has been the kryptonite for them. They don't maintain their lanes. They don't maintain when they get these Lord pushes. They start letting things slip through their hands the later and later it gets. Have they been able to clean that up? Because they're going to need to be, this is going to need to be a perfect game, perfect synergy, and perfect compositions from Fallout if you have a hope of taking a game or games off of BTK.
Let's make it plural, because let's leave it out there. Fallout, to give them credit, going to kind of a David and Goliath story here, right? To throw a caveat in there though, Fallout is the team that's been the closest to beating TOB straight up, right? And that last game Prive was talking about, where they just kind of slipped late game, didn't have that killer instinct to finish out the game. They're the first team we've seen really put TOB in some trouble, where wow, Fallout could actually win this. So we know Fallout has the potential to play at a high caliber. It's just sometimes they have these little mistakes in their game, lack of killer instinct. We sometimes choosing and giving up early game and getting snowballed on, things like that happen for Fallout, but we know they have it in them.
Yeah, not to be saying that BTK doesn't make some mistakes of their own. We've seen a little problems with the tank. We've seen a little problems with the synergy from ISO. One of the newest, I want to say, members, because their original marksman just had a lot of problems with the lag. So they're not the perfect, crisp team that you would imagine at the top right now. But they are coming together, and it's been a great Cinderella story with them, especially with Zane leading the charge there, letting that M series experience kind of bleed off onto the rest of the members here. We're going to see how well it does here. We do see the Fanny and Mincetar getting banned out from BTK.
Yeah, so over on the side of BTK, I'm expecting Zane to pick up like a Hayabusa or a Link. No, I'm just kidding. There ain't no way. Come on, we know that's not going to happen. So maybe something more on that tankier route. I love to see him on the Martis, but he oftentimes elects not to take it. Instead, probably going to see the Fredrin. And what does Fallout do immediately? No Fredrin. I mean, Fallout's doing it for themselves, but I thank you, Fallout, for banning out that Fredrin. Thank you.
Well, I mean, and like you said, definitely not really a Zane ban, more or less a composition ban for the side of Fallout. You know, Zane does have a plethora of different heroes that he can go to, whether it's the Martis or the Barats, Akai. He plays a lot of different heroes when it comes in there. Maybe shies away from those marksman heroes, but it doesn't mean what he plays is any less of a threat, especially when it comes to those objectives where he absolutely shines.
And to be on the other side, it's actually Ana who we expect to take the Ling or the Hayabusa, right? We saw the Ana in the split push territory for Ling, not really caring as far as KDA goes or scoreline, but that split push on the Ling is devastating. They play so well with that macro pressure that Ling's able, and the speed of rotation he's able to provide. Ana is a carry for the side of Fallout, so I'm looking for Ana to get a good pick early. Hasn't been any bans except for really the Fanny thrown out towards him. The Ling is still available, the Hayabusa is still available. I believe he's played Karina as well. Really prefers those assassin style heroes, so I want to see him get something really strong. They need all cylinders on gas today to take a win off of BTK.
Well, and that's interesting that you bring that up, because Ana does really specialize when it comes to those assassin heroes. However, if we're going to kind of break it down to an assassin versus that tanky utility type jungle, especially when it comes to those objectives, the utility usually wins out, because an assassin really can't hang out that long. They have a very select amount of time that they're going to need to get in, try to take that objective and get out without getting killed. We do, oh, speaking of which, already, we're going to pick up the Faramis and the tanks a lot for the side of Fallout, and on the side of BTK we have the Valentina and Wanwan.
what power picks just traded back and forth right there. Ana actually sometimes elects not to go the tank slot route, to go for the damage. We saw him do it in a couple of games. I want to see the tank slot come out here. I think it just has so much more power and forgiveness than it's not as punishing to play as the damage version. But we have to talk about ISO getting his hands on the Wan. I think over in other regions, this has a 100% pick ban rate. In PL, other places, big pick and contention. It slipped through the bans here. ISO picked this up in previous games and looked so good on it. So definitely a terror there for those late game team fights, especially. But Wan Suffers in the early game. Maybe they can take something into this, as the WAP season loves the Beatrix, but maybe takes the route of like a Leslie or the Brody, something to punish this Wan phase. Diggy picked up as an immediate counter for that Lolita.
This is already gonna, I'm sweating because I'm imagining this play-by-play because you're gonna have the Numenon Blast coming down, then you're gonna have the Time Journey from Diggy, then you're gonna have Cult Altars coming out. It's a game of both teams trying to bait out the other ultimates, and it's really gonna depend on the spacing. Who can land them better, who can kind of stave it off, keep it for the end of those fights to see who goes. There's just so much setting potential for both of these teams right now.
And something I want to highlight actually for the viewers, if you don't like go back and do the nerdy details that we casters do, BTK lost a game in the qualifiers and it was to a Diggy. It seems that Diggy actually has a high win percentage against BTK, so much so that they were banning it out against a lot of teams. It slipped through here, and it feels like Diggy is actually a little bit of the bane of BTK and is involved in a lot of their losses. So maybe not a purposeful of the statistics route, but a great pick into BTK is the Diggy here. So we expect Mello to have a lot of value on that into BTK. Plays really well into at least the Numenon Blast that Lolita set up.
Very interesting. We do have a Karina ban out for the side of Fallout. Definitely trying to take out that damage path. I think that's probably one of the last damage junglers that Mobazane has, besides the Martis that he can play out there. He has that Mortal Coil and everything he can try to get into. Oh, Lapu taken out, especially for that backline dive. Definitely looking to protect the Diggy and make sure that it's not an early game, the Martyr Diggy strat that we've seen, because he's so squishy and so susceptible to that huge amount of damage that a lot of characters can output.
And Mello has struggled even on tankier roams, right? So now with something that's squishy, if you make those positional errors, it's so much more punishing. So it's interesting to see where Mello fits in this and how he plays around the rest of his members. Yes, you have that Cult Altar to just kind of save you and get you out of dodge, and you want to be grouped up most of the time. But I mean, into the one, I expect jungle to have a little bit of priority. T as well has the YZ available, but into a Diggy, it feels less good. I think the Lapo is a really smart ban here. Uzi picks up the Charizla, which actually plays pretty good into YZ. Arlat's already banned. Glue is banned as well. So the XP lane and the jungle have both been kind of pinched. They do take a Leslie ban to protect that 1-1 in lane. So I'm expecting either the Beatrix, the Melissa's banned as well. Maybe Beatrix or Brody here to answer that 1-1.
Yeah, that's going to be very interesting here. Charizla, I mean, there's not a lot that can actually compete with him. Ooh, Esmeralda, something that we haven't seen a lot of. Once the kind of changes came up there with the update and she got just a little bit of a buff, you started seeing her a lot, and then she kind of slipped back into the abyss of nothingness there, and going to be making another showing out here. T is a great Esmeralda, though, so that's going to be very interesting to see how he combats, especially into this Charizla.
Yes, finally Zane's taking Martis. I'm so happy to see it. Thank you. I feel like Martis is such a good fit for Zane's playstyle. He loves to farm, and Martis has a great clear speed. He offers that early game pressure with the late game utility. I think it's a great hero for Zane to play, and it's a little bit more exciting than some of his usual heroes, shall we say. But to speak about the Esme into the Charizla, I think correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think Charizla has a shield, so there's not like a lot of shielding that Esme is going to gain against that. But Diggy, when Diggy lays that ultimate across the whole team, Esme's going to eat so much shield off that and be so happy. I really love BTK's drafts thus far. I think it has so many options. The Valentina will still over the Cult Ultra make it happen, and we do see the Brody to round out what Fallout wants to do. Wan may struggle in the lane phase.
I do feel like Wanwan's going to struggle in the lane phase and Terizla is going to struggle in the lane phase. Maybe not
Really?
1v1 against Esmeralda, but I feel like Esmeralda can traverse that map a lot faster than Terizla can. He doesn't have that speed boost that Esmeralda had, and he might be stuck trying to take out minions while Esmeralda rotates to the objective to join her team a lot faster. That's the only caveat I have here. I don't feel like like I said, I don't feel like Esmeralda can take on Terizla, but she can definitely clear and run around the map a lot faster than he can.
I mean, look at this team fight that Fallout has set up for themselves. You have Farmus, you have Diggy, Lancelot's so good, so many dashes when things get grouped up, and Terizla with the penalty zone flicker set. You've got Brody long range damage. I love Fallout's draft. I just kind of like BTK's a little bit better. If that Wanwan gets going and has the other members to set her up to get that ultimate going, she can run this whole team down.
Reaches the battlefield.
Ooh, I'm excited here. Both of these teams have a lot on the line. You said, we already told you, BTK is fighting to regain that second place. Fallout is fighting to maintain that fourth place seed, to take them to the playoffs, and we are starting in at game 1.
Yeah, BTK needs to take 2-0 to get back to Ackerman's spot. If they lose a couple of games here, they may lose in win differential, and they're losing out on $4,000. This is a big thing, and seeding does affect this thing. BTK can't fall to 4th, but it's important for them to get first pick when they match up against Ackerman in the semifinals.
Yeah, we've already talked about that before. It's more than, especially when it comes to these best of 3 matches. Some people can get a little worn out, especially that opening that you want to have the first pick. You want to have the first ban, and BTK is going to be fighting for that. And you do see Nobazane actually able to pick up the Lethal Wanderer, now starting in on Melody. This might be all she wrote, and we do have that reverse time. A nice little escape there from Melody, and a Thorn Rose from Anna coming in here, letting Nobazane know that he is part of it. But look at the grouping from BTK, and this is what I've been wanting to see from BTK, is the answer, the synergy when it comes to these rotations.
Yeah, I like that everybody's up and ready to go. Oh, Jude, it's taken down Guapsi. Early death, and that is disaster for Wanwan to get an assist on this Brody who wants to have lane pressure. What can they answer with on the other side of the map is Fallout here, now falling behind in the tempo of this early game.
Yeah, and that might be a little bit on Guapsi. You had to know all those players were there because Melody was right there and saw all of them, and then he was still kind of pulled out a little too far in that lane. Mobazane kind of making his way down to the bottom. You see Anna creeping around here. Not sure if he's going to be able to make something happen, kind of dancing around. He's going to be looking to steal this. Oh, but T catches him in the back end. Do have a Thorned Rose. I'm not even sure who got that. It was just a huge fight for a little jungle minion right there, but we're going to be setting up for these very first turtle. Fallout in a great position. We've seen it's going to be the Retri versus Retri when it comes to the Thorned Rose versus Mobazane here. Is it going to be enough? They're already having to back off. You see Uzi coming in here, putting on some damage. So they're already moving away, zoned out from this first turtle as T is chasing out Anna well into the back line. And this might be a clean pickup for BTK. Oh, Numenor Blast coming down, does land it onto Uzi, who's going to take the first death on his team. That's going to be, or not the first death, that's actually the third.
Oh, no.
4 deaths right now. Mobazane cleaning up. We do have a time journey. Guapsi gets taken out. Melody not enough to save him. This is not how you want to start a game if you're Fallout.
This is disaster coming over, and somebody didn't get the memo there on that turtle fight because Uzi was still in the middle of 3 members of BTK, and the rest of Fallout was going back to base. I mean, T pushed Anna all the way back to base, and that's just something that Uzi wasn't able to replicate on his side of it, pushing out Zane. It wasn't a thing, and then Zane now sitting at 2-0 on Martis, and Wanwan taking pressure in the lane. This is honestly a disaster when it comes to Fallout. They're losing the positions they should be able to contest in, and Brody should be winning in this matchup. And yes, it was a 2v1, but Wanwan off to a good start spells disaster.
Yeah, I have to agree. If you have your jungler getting pushed out all the way back to the base, I'm wondering what the communication was there for Uzi to come in onto that turtle. There's not really a lot of pressure you can do. You're not going to be able to match Zane without a retribution there at the turtle. So I'm not really sure what the final fight terms were or the win conditions were for that engagement. Yato coming in here for the flank onto Anna, not able to find or secure anything, but we do have a great position for this top tower. They do think twice about it. Midnights and Anna lying in wait, trying to put on some damage. Ooh, Anna, you do see still kind of laying in wait in that bush. What is the plan here? Joybot skips over that bush, so they don't even know that Anna's in here. Might actually be able to go ahead and group onto Yato, not able to find it, and not able to make anything happen from it, even with great positioning.
You highlight a great point there. What's the plan there? Oh, we have a little team fight, private.
Yeah, reverse time. That's going to be all she wrote for Melody, who gets taken down. It is 6-0. Fallout can feel it slipping behind. We do have a flicker up at the top and does find a kill onto Guapsi with that Numenon blast down at the bottom as well. Uzi gets taken out by Lord T and Moba Zane. They are attacking from all different angles and further. Fallout can feel this victory slipping from their fingers. Now 8-0 in the almost 4:30 minute mark.
Somebody needs to call 911. There has been a murder, and its Fallout in this early game has been absolutely slaughtered. And the worst part of this, you expect Marius to be a little ahead. Yeah, T got an advantage you didn't expect. The worst part of all, though, is ISO 2-0, Guapsi 0-3. In that gold department, it has shifted terribly so. And this is early game. This is when Fallout should be able to find opportunities. In this late game setup, when that Numenon blast comes down and ISO finds the marks to land the ultimate, he's going to run through the whole team.
Ooh, Thorned Rose Anna does pick up that Retribution and that that next turtle. We do have a Cold Altar coming out. Cold Altar coming out from BTK. They are still in chase. Midnight's getting slowed down. Not sure. Yeah, he's going to have to expend that. Flicker still gets stunned. Numenon Blast coming down. It's going to land down. That is it for Midnight's Nighty Night as Uzi gets taken down again by Mobaze. They're just having a rough go of it right now, but this is the synergy people have been waiting to see from BTK, and this is why they are at the top of the hill in North America.
And BTK showing, you know, hey, listen, yeah, we're vibing for second and third place, but there is a large difference between BTK sitting in third and Fallout sitting in fourth right now before this game started. BTK looking to take that spot back from Ackerman if they do land this 2-0. But I think let's talk about what Fallout can do here, right? 11-0. 6K gold down at the 6-minute mark, 1,000 gold a minute. They have to find a way to slow this game down. Playing defensively, soaking pressure, giving up objectives, getting vision so you can avoid people on the map. But Zane's in on Guapsi again.
Yeah, we were just talking about things that they can do. What they can do is pray. Pray that they can kind of keep it together, because right now BTK is this synergized, cohesive unit. Look at how many they have over here. 4 members trying to come in, trying to battle out T. Colt Alter comes out. Joybaj coming here at the end too, still kind of alleviating a lot of that positioning, and is going to make sure that his team has a great escape. Right now, no towers for the side of Fallout. BTK working on their 5th tower, and that's going to go down smooth as butter.
BTK is working on a perfect game right here. No kill, no deaths. All the towers, hasn't missed an objective thus far, and now is choking out the jungle. BTK looking to close and contest on maybe the quickest game of the whole season.
Yeah, right now we're at the 7-minute mark. We are down to the high towers right now. I'm going to have to say, like, Fallout, this is not a game that we are used to seeing from them. There's usually a lot more cohesiveness from them. We do see them kind of planned out, a little bit spread out, and not really having the engagement or the winning conditions that we're used to seeing from them. Uzi comes in, penalty zone comes out, but he's getting torn apart by the mortal coil from Zane here, taken down very low. He is trying to get out. We do see that falling star moon coming down, and a crossbow attack comes out, but a Cold Altar goes ahead and counters that. Numenon Blast cows 3 people of Fallout. Down goes Midnight. Gets taken out there as well as Guapsi. Anna, I mean, the tankiness of Anna, still going to be able to find out, but this is 3 members versus 4 of BTK. They're still trying to come in here. Lord T putting on a lot of damage here, and here comes the rest of BTK. Still continuing on this pressure.
Baiting Fallout to come out. If one or 2 member falls here, they can take the game. And I think we need to get a little report on Zane feeding the team of Fallout here. The man with the only death gets a little bit far, and I think it was so funny that actually Midnight was the one who flickered out just to kill Zane. Like, no, you're not going to get a perfect game on us. Not going to happen.
And that's how he rests. He's like, all right, my job is done. I got to kill on Zane. But man, that just speaks toward the immense power that BTK is kind of exerting here. 8.5 minutes in, they are 14-1 and about a 7K gold lead for them as they're going to go ahead and start on this first Lord. It's going to take a call of gods here to stop this push coming into Fallout space. You see, Mobazane is going to be able to secure that. Anna comes in there, gets terrified, and is going to have to use that Phantom Execution. ISO still on the chase there. Does have the ultimate. That's going to be it. With that Thorned Rose, not going to be able to cover up the damage, and ISO finds a clean kill onto Anna.
Yeah, ISO is just such a problem right now. Yes, the rest of the members have, but now Wanwan's here. Now Wanwan's 5-0 at 9 minutes. What a nightmare situation for Fallout. Because if they group like they need to do for their team fight competition, Wan can just roll over everyone with that Inspire. Didn't use in that last kill. It will be up for this fight.
Yeah, I mean, you had Zane up in the early game on that Martis, and now he's basically tossed that baton to ISO right now. ISO's going to be carrying it for the rest of the game. The amount of damage you can see down at the bottom. ISO trying to take down this tower, while Anna still doesn't have the damage to actually do anything about it. Lord is going to be taken down. We see the Cult Altar comes out. Numenop Blast comes in, does not have the flicker. Cult Altar from BTK coming as well. Fallout trying to continue with the defense here, but defense is all they can do. They're stuck trying to react, and you can see BTK pushing into this base right now. Is going to be able to find a kill onto Midnights. The crossbow attack has been activated. Anna narrowly makes it by within an inch of her life going down, and that's, I mean, right now we're still kind of continuing it on. You see T frontlining. Yato's trying to create that distance in the back to try to continue and put on this damage. Penalty zone comes in, pops up Zane. They actually do find a kill onto Uzi right now, and getting pulled back is T. They are, I mean, this is what you don't want when you're a team kind of pushing in, but BTK doesn't care. They have such an advantage right now, 17-1. They are not looking to get this game to continue on for a few more minutes. They want to close this up now. That's another high ground tower taken down from Fallout. They only have one more left. You see T doing a great job of trying to zone out the rest of Fallout. Mobazane here on the side as well. ISO finishing touches on that last high ground tower. This is going to be it. Can Fallout withstand this push? Cult Altar comes out, still continuing on a damage. Reverse time locks onto Joybaj. We're still looking for another Numenon Blast to kind of set it up. They're cutting in. Midnight's going to have to back off. In comes a Falling Star Moon from T. Numenon Blast does get interrupted, so here comes a Cult Altar. Time Journey coming from Melody. They're trying to push off and withstand this push. A Bunny comes out there, is racing out. Here come the hellos in those BMs from both teams. But I mean, there's pretty much locked in for what you can do here. Midnight's coming in with that Shadow Stampede. There's not enough. Down goes ISO. So they're actually pushing back a little bit. Mobazane and the rest of BTK may have overstayed their welcome. Yato comes in, puts some damage. Reverse time onto T, who is still maintaining the health on that Esmeralda.
I feel like T's been in the enemy base of Fallout for like the last 2 minutes. That man lives in that, rent free in there. And ISO, I don't know how he got caught early. Maybe a Faramus pull or something like that pulls in, and that relieves the pressure. Now BTA is like, okay, we got to get another Lord to end this game. And I think they should go ahead and expedite this Lord process, because it feels like they can't go any further into the base Fallout. It's too early to be able to end this against a coordinated vibes team like this. T in here 5v1.
Yeah, another engagement coming up here. Yato is on the back line, does activate a Time Journey of his own. They are starting to chase down Melody. T still deep into the back line of enemy territory. Look at him, just in between. Cult Altar comes out. He does land the Falling Star Moon onto 3 members of Fallout. And Anna trying to zip line through the members is taking a heap of damage. Numenop Blast comes out, does not have the flicker from Joybaz. They're still continuing on this push. No minions left for either side, and now Fallout trying to push their aggression just a little bit. They don't have the numbers in their favor. They don't have the power. Uzi gonna get taken out by ISO. It is 4v5 right now in favor of BTK. Anna comes in. Pretty tanky their side from Anna as well. Now they're coming in with a lot more damage. Count Altar comes out from BTK. Still trying to put in a Falling Star Moon. Drops Fallout very low. We do see that the base crystal down to about 1/10 of health, and that is going to be the first game going over to BTK.
Private, are you okay over there, man? That fight lasted so long. BTK lived in the base of Fallout right there. And yes, it was kind of trolly, a little bit of recalls being traded back and forth, but BTK ends the game very quickly. I thought it could have gone like sub 9 minute had they got the right play, but Fallout does lengthen it out a little bit more. BTK able to take the game means that if they win this next one, they take that second place back from Ackerman.
BTK spent so much time in Fallout's base that I'm pretty sure they are legally residents of that base and have to be served an eviction notice to leave. That was an amazing amount of synergy from them. And this has just been what people have been wanting to see from BTK, and a prime example of what you get in that synergy, followed by the awesome onslaught of damage in the early game from Mobazane, and then coming into the late game from ISO.
Yeah, looking at the stats across the board, there's not much to look at from the side of Fallout here. it feels like a little bit too little too late kind of deal. BTK got rolling and never stopped. You saw T 5v1ing at multiple points in the game, just didn't care. I think Mobazane kind of started it off and got the team rolling with that early game aggression on Martis, and then trended toward the tankiness and allowed his team to carry the rest of the game, which they did. And I feel like, yes, there's a goal difference in here, but it felt like a team difference in that base where BTK, like, they're just disrespectful in the base of Fallout, and there's nothing they can do about it. And we take this to draft. What were the tools that they took? It was to play the early game advantages in a couple places, and BTK just won in those spots. So what do you do going into this game too? Do you draft the same way and draft an early game advantage again, or do you go for that later game comp, which feels like Fallout trends towards naturally?
It's gonna be I don't even know. That was not one of the greatest games for Fallout. We can see here from the replay, this is the last game-winning push for BTK. I mean, you're 17-2 right now. The goal difference is about 10K. There's not much that Fallout can do. You can see once they start falling, you already have Uzi down. It just starts one after another if they start focusing down heroes here. I mean, like we were talking about, it's the 12-minute mark, and BTK was just so dominant here. The Cult Altar comes out, and then that beautiful Falling Star Moon takes 3 members of Fallout down to about 10% health. They all have to go back, and easily BTK comes in there to finish off the base crystal.
Yeah, and I think T was an absolute menace in that game. And there he trades his life so that the team can end the rest of the Fallout. Finally, someone shoves Fallout back, not into their base, but into their fountain so that they can't come out of there. And I mean, they're so deep. Let's see what Fallout can do to come back in this game, right? Nobody likes to sweep, even though I voted for it. Nobody likes to see it. We want to see a competitive series. And that looked anything but competitive, to be honest. The difference between 3rd and 4th place right there, it feels like a mile. So I want to see Fallout come out here and show us the trend that they've been going on. They've been getting stronger as the season's gone on. They went through a little bit of drama, a couple of L's early, and they've really had a stride towards the end of the season, and I want to see them finish strong here.
Yeah, I mean, I talked a little bit about it. That was not the same Fallout that I've been seeing throughout here. We saw, especially in that early game, we saw a lot of aggression coming up towards Guapsi, and I don't really know if Guapsi was respecting the amount of people he saw on the minimap. I mean, you saw that Diggy got cornered by 3 members. Diggy was able to get away, but Guapsi still had the I almost want to say audacity to kind of go push forward in his lane, knowing that there were just 3 members of BTK there, and ultimately paid the price. And that kind of was a running storyline through the early game, which helped Mobazane to get those early kills and then facilitate that absolute monstrous push by them.
And to echo your point of this isn't really the same Fallout, when they play against TOB, they lay back and they soak pressure under turrets. They remove themselves from getting dove. They give up gold across the map because they know TOB is there in rotation and they play somewhere else. But in this game, I didn't see any of that. I saw them responding to plays, not respecting the roams of BTK, and getting ultimately punished. And then it got to the point where they really didn't have anything to do. BTK wasn't going to make a mistake anymore, and they would have had to make several mistakes for Fallout to get back in that game. They choked them out of the game. Starting in this game, Fallout has picked up the glue, which I love. I think it's very dominant. Let's see what else they can draft here in these first 3 picks. I want to see something strong. Let me see that Anna Ling again, something like that.
Well, on both sides, we did take out the Faramis and the Wanwan that we had in the last game, which opened up the glue, which opened up the Cho. We still do have the Valentina out there, which is actually kind of interesting for me because, I mean, it does seem like Fallout really doesn't want to pick up the Valentina or even BTK right now. They're going to go ahead, prioritize the Kadita. We do know, I mean, when it comes to a lot of these engagements that happen, especially if you can get a decent amount of CC, Kadita can be pretty lethal with her ultimate, the rough waves and popping people up, and then especially with the Petrify on there.
It looks like right what you just said, the pick comp coming out from BTK, having the Cho being able to kick someone back in, and then Kadita lock him in with the Petri. That's going to be someone dead, most likely. We'll see which way that switches. Could it be Joybaz running the Kadita roam? Could it be Yato playing? Interesting to see how that switches around here. Got maybe a little bit of flex trolling here. Trolling may be too harsh of a word. Maybe a little bit of flexibility coming out for BTK. With Fallout, Ana gets his hands on the fabled Fanny. And if you know about BTK in previous seasons, they fell to a Fanny a couple of times, and it's been a staple ban for them throughout this entire tournament. Ana picks it up.
Anna picks it up, but picks it up very early. When BTK did fall, that was one of the last picks, and it was a very secured pick because they didn't have counters to it or counters available. We already started off with a choke pick. Good counter for when you can lock on to Fanny. We still have other picks up there that can kind of come out there. We still have the possibility of a Kufra. We have the possibility of an Akai coming out for Mobazane. There are just, I feel like this might be an early pick. I mean, you're going to have to play the game, the Fanny game of your life, especially because BTK not really a slouch when it comes to these drafts.
I agree. I think BTK's draft has gotten a lot stronger, and we kind of questioned a lot of moves early, but it has gotten a lot stronger in that department. I think you're right. A tough game for Ana, but if anybody can do it, it's Ana. I mean, the macro gameplay that comes out of Ana a lot of times, that's why I was kind of requesting that they take the Ling, because the macro pressure that Ana can put on the map, solo carrying the team of Fallout sometimes in that pressure that he provides, Fanny can do kind of the same thing, right? And maybe even has an early game spike. Doesn't have that late game ability that Ling has, but we'll see what happens for Ana as this draft rounds out. The Diggy has been taken away from BTK. The bane of some of their losses didn't matter last game. Mellow on that Diggy. We didn't see a lot of value coming out from it, and I'm not saying he got a lot of chance to do anything, but it still didn't feel very valuable.
I agree with that. Fredrin going to be taken out of here as well. But I mean, we were talking about it before. And then they took out the Karina. We kind of knew that Martis was going to be coming out for if they were looking for a damage dealer on Mobazane there. So it's going to be very interesting to see what we come out with here. I mean, against the Fanny, I think we're kind of looking for something a little bit tankier from their side. I mean, unless you think that you have the counters for Fanny down, Fanny is able to kind of traverse the map very fast, able to get those buffs, I want to say decently fast. Yeah. able to get around the map to get to those buffs fast. I don't want to say she gets able to take them down very fast. Oh, a Badang being picked up here by T.
Has been played so recently in a lot of the meta of North America, at least in my very epic rank. A lot of Badangs have been played, right? And I feel like he's kind of gaining popularity. And I don't know if he got shadow buffed or something like that. He got a small increase, I believe, in the last patch, but it wasn't like a lot. So interesting to see T on Badang here. I don't know. Ooh, the Grok is a really good pairing with Fanny, can set a lot of things up, and I think plays well into the Badang because that'll offer him another wall. Badang will create for him another thing to stand beside. Mello should have some opportunity here. Guapsi elects to take the Harith into the Brody. That's an interesting choice because I feel like it can get popped by torn apart memories pretty easily. What do you feel about that?
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking for some of those, for someone to land some of those skill shots, he can maybe dodge Brody a bit, but I mean, his auto attacks still do a decent amount of damage out there. I do like the idea of T on this Badang when it comes to facing a glue in lane, because that fist crack comes out and the passive from Badang as well. You can create distance. Also, that fist crack can hit everything from glue to also his minions when he uses that split. So I mean, it's a great tool to have in the pocket of BTK.
Yeah, and Zane picking up the Pack, which he's really strong on. And I feel like Pack a lot of times is played as an assassin in the jungle. Interesting to see what emblem he'll decide to take. I'm guessing that'll be the high and dry to really pick off opportunities with Fanny and a couple of other members to be able to pick a lot. And we saw from last game, the rotations are just there for BTK. And it feels like Fallout either doesn't call someone missing, the roam doesn't get vision of them, or somehow it ends up that 3 people are killing 1 of Fallout a lot of last game. Let's see what Fallout can do to bring themselves back and show us why they're seeded number 4.
The enemy reaches the
We talked about it before. This is the start of a rough weekend for Fallout. Can they turn this around? First match against BTK already in the books. Now is where it matters. If they can take a win off the monsters of BTK here, it will speak mountains for them when it comes to the standings.
What a clean skin Zane shows there. I don't know if I've seen that skin before. I don't play Pack a lot, but what a clean skin on that Pack. They got a lot of fancy skins coming out here.
Already putting on a lot of pressure onto Uzi, trying to negate that early game dominance that Glue usually has in the XP lane.
Yeah, and I think that Glue plays well into Badang, but Badang's always going to have that late game potential with the flicker set, and he has gone with the high and dry. It's actually Zane taking the jungle emblem, which is an interesting choice, I think.
Yeah, you see Yato doing a great job trying to harass and put pressure onto Fallout. Is going to be able to find an escape. Great job of Uzi with that map presence to come in there, provide a little bit of support for his team.
Oh, Private, this is Yato on Cho, and Joybaz is playing mid in mage position. Interesting switch up here. Flexibility in the positions. BTK showing some versatility here on these picks, and they're already up one game, right? They know they want to win the second game to have a better choice of first pick when they face Ackerman in the semifinals, but showing some flexibility here. I think they've done this before last weekend, correct?
Yeah, and we were talking about before that that BTK usually does get very comfortable when it comes to the second game, depending on how they did in the first. And this is showing that confidence that they have already. Yato, I mean, 1v2 here at the mid lane, and already able to kind of switch up these picks and the roles that we're playing.
I'm so confused right now. It's Cho clearing out mid. He surely is Rome, right? He's not playing Cho mid, right? I'm a little bit confused as Ana finds his first fight here. Does lock in.
Yeah, Joybaz is going to have to expend that ultimate. Nice wall there from Melody, but not able to do much with it. And that's what we were talking about earlier. If you're able to land these abilities, do we have a plan to be able to actually take down a member of BTK and with that force some type of objective?
I can't wait to see this late game team fight pick comp coming out from BTK land together, because you have the Badang who can flicker in with the set, right? You have Zane who can provide a lot of knockup as well. And then you have Joybaz and Yato to just add more insult to injury with the Brody torn apart memories over the top. What a pick comp coming around from BTK. It's still 0-0, 2.5 minutes in.
Oh, a nice flicker from T is going to go ahead, force out. I mean, we had the split already from Uzi. It's not going to be enough to take down T.
And you talk about it a lot, I think, Private, is that Fanny needs a little bit to go early, right? You need a little bit of wins early so you can have that early and mid game and even the late game split push potential, and then you could lock down, like, you know, a Brody solo in the lane, Fanny can just go kill him, right? But if Fanny doesn't get gold and soon, it feels like Pac has just a lot of easy farming and a lot of ease of execution over the Fanny.
I want to say BTK doing a great job of kind of resisting this early game from the Fanny right now. They're not able. Oh, the fist crack comes out. Uzi narrowly able to get out of harm's way there. And the rest of them are now starting to go ahead and engage. Midnight actually picking up a decent amount of damage from Mobazane here, but not enough to get a first kill. Both teams doing a great job and respecting each other's damage and respecting the map pressure.
Speaking of respect, look at the spells, the battle spells that Fala has elected to take. 3 purifies, right? And you might see that on Guapsi, sure. You may see it on Midnight's on the Valentina, but do you ever see a glue with purify? What respect shown from all the CC that BTK has chosen to take, and they've elected to take battle spells.
Yeah, ISO is going to go ahead and use that torn apart memories. Melody gets cleaned up, and we have an ultimate from Midnights. Mobazane a little bit of trouble. Guapsi trying to come in with the damage. Yato going to help reassure that escape from Mobazane.
Yeah, Zane gets off to a start. Again, kind of echo of last game, but a lot slower pace. Zane starting off. Joybosh in the bush here.
Yeah, nice little pop-up there. Takes out Ana, and this is the map pressure we were talking about. I mean, you need to be able to clear out these bushes if you have hope, especially having BTK in your jungle already.
Oh no, what a tragic start for Ana, who needs to get going a little bit, and then is so predictable though. With the pathing of Fanny prioritizing the blue over everything, Kadena slips into the bushes. Joybotch very patiently waits for a full 100-0 combo out on him. This will give a lot of neutral objective priority and lane pressure gone over to the side because Fanny doesn't have blue, no energy.
Oh, they just skipped over Joybaz trying to come in there. I wondered, was Mobazane able to secure that from...
He got it.
Yeah, so I mean, already refusing these buffs from Ana. We already know the biggest game plan to go against a Fanny is to refuse the Fanny from getting that purple buff, and we're seeing that done already by BTK. Fallout in a bad way here if they're not going to be able to secure this. On the back line, you see Joyboss coming in there, is able to help secure a kill onto Guapsi. Joyboss in a little bit of trouble here, is going to use that rough wave, still trying to put the damage onto Midnight. They still find a kill. A wall is blocking Joyboss from being able to get away. He is going to get taken down, but Melody pays for that with his life. Ana comes in here, is not able, only 3 cables able to get out there before he's gonna have to get out of dodge. You see Yato working on the mid, and down at the bottom, T doing a great job of pushing in this lane from Uzi, who is powerless to do anything until these minions crash down at his tower. Still an engagement here. You see Uzi kind of coming down at here, trying to put the damage on it. That's gonna be all of it. We're gonna look for a fist crack that does land onto Uzi, followed by a way of the dragon, and that is down and under is Uzi, taking a dirt nap for this remainder of this game.
Going in further here, Private, the fight continues.
Yeah, I mean, the turtle just gets taken out by BTK. They are still kind of enforcing their will. You do see a 5K gold lead at the 6-minute mark. A little bit of a slow start, but as soon as BTK kind of picked up that first kill, they kind of snowballed it in, and this snowball is continuing to run. Anna comes in, tries to clean it up, and is going to have to get out, and already you see, we were talking about it earlier, taking away this purple buff from Fanny, and they're not able to do much to kind of withstand it. Joybosh doing a great job. Look at the positioning of him. They don't even know that he's in there. Uzi gonna get taken down again, forced into a corner, gets stunned. Yato's gonna find himself an escape. Anna tries to come in here. Midnights gets taken out by Mobazane, and a flicker comes in. ISO lands the stun. Is he gonna be able to get that torn apart? Remember, he's Melody cleans him up before he can, but on the bottom, Guapsi gets taken out by Lord T with the great positioning.
And just talk about these teams a little bit more. I mean, every member on the side of BTK has a CC, right? Has some type of stun. Multiple members have 2 or more, right? Such a CC stomp comp, hit comp coming out for BTK. I feels like when one thing hits, it's just a pain train with all the rest of the CC to layer on top of it. And even Glue is susceptible to this. They've taken so many purifies. To their credit, it feels like they've soaked a little bit of pressure where they were paying, but it's starting to fall apart these last 2 minutes. BTK has blown the game open. Now 2 turtles, all turrets on the outer. They've got 2 left on the side of Fallout, right? But it's the mid lane that's been cracked, and that allows Zane and Yato to be into this jungle.
Yeah, not just the mid lane, but then eating up that purple buff, which is not allowing Anna really much. I mean, you got what, 3-4 cables that you can go in there, and then you're going to have to get out of dodge again to go reset at the core. So I mean, it's a very interesting. Yato comes in there. Ooh, nice little wall there. Does go ahead, land a pop up onto Yato, and following up is a kill, a nice clean kill there for Guapsi. Mobazane coming in here. He is going to go ahead, snatch up this purple buff. Uzi is going to land that split on the Mobazane, but here in the back line, you can see Anna gets taken out by the torn apart memories of ISO. Terrified on the Jovage, and that is 4 kills now for Fallout. Trying to do a great job to hang on to this game. They're saying they're not down and out of it yet.
Yeah, a couple of kills coming back from Fallout, which feels good, but look at the difference between the Retry, level 13 on Zane, level 9 on Ana. Zane is going to be picking that blue buff on cooldown. They surpassed the Lord. They don't even want it. They want all the buffs, further pushing Fanny out of the game. They're prioritizing stealing enemy jungle camps over neutral objectives.
Yeah, and doing a great job of it. Look at how they keep on harassing Melody here. Anna does get taken down as well, and Joybot, Midnights is able to land the kill onto ISO. Uzi doing a great job with that split, but now is cornered, does land. Fist crack is onto him, and he gets taken back in with that Way of the Dragon from Yato, doing a great job keeping Glue in the matchup and putting him down with a heap of damage.
Mello looks really good with his wall. The wall placements here locking BTK in when they get a little bit too aggressive. Midnight may pay the price here, though, as they chase in. Still Mello standing strong. I have to say, Mello's been criticized a lot by the community, but these walls look really good. He's providing a lot of picks onto the side of BTK who keep going too aggressive, paying too far forward, and Mello is there to trap them in, pick them off of wild charge. He's having a great game thus far.
I mean, we were just talking about it too here. Look at the purple buff going to go down to BTK as well. And I have to agree, Melody has had some great walls here. It's just that when you're this far behind, it's very hard for your team to actually be able to capitalize on it. I mean, who is so far, or Fallout is so far behind that no matter who they catch, there's going to be an escape for them. There's going to be a push. The rest of BTK is going to be able to come in there and secure an escape for their team. Joybosh coming in from the back, does land a conceal and pop up. Guapsi goes down. Midnight's in trouble, and T coming up to try to finish up the job. We do have a pop-up on the Joybosh with that split, trying to put on damage is the Uzi there, but I think this is going to be a wrap for Uzi. Deep into enemy territory. Look at him trying to get out. So much CC. Uzi basically in a coma. It's going to get taken down there. It is 6-14 in favor of the Bloodthirsty Kings.
And Ana on the other side of the map does get some macro pressure, pushing a turret, but BTK doesn't care. They really don't mind losing a couple turrets here. They're going to keep shoving, keep trying to play this pick comp for what it is, CC layered on top of CC.
Yeah, BTK right now, they have a plan in mind. They've continued to execute it to perfection. I mean, we had hopes of Fallout being able to, I mean, we've seen them when they have pressure, when they have a great composition, but right now it is just dwarfed by what we see from BTK, who has been making bounds and leaps when it comes to their synergy, when it comes to their rotations and their compositions.
BTK is trying to make it a dinner by 8. They have dinner plans and they need to get out of this game quick. And I feel like actually, you said it was a perfect game for them, but I feel like it's actually been a little bit of a sloppy execution from BTK in this game. A little bit more sloppy than it was last game, as they keep going a little bit too far. They feel like the game is finished, but Fallout has more in the tank. They want to keep fighting. And I have to say, from Fallout, they've done a much better job of this game of defending themselves. And I think that's Ana with the split push providing macro pressure.
Ooh, in comes Mobazane with a champ stamp there. He's not going to be able to find the kill onto Ana, who zooms away with those cables. In comes Uzi, looking for the split now. Lord, not about a 10th of health, is going to get taken down. The rest of BTK backing out a little, going to go ahead and reset on the map. Uzi still caught in the back line and taking a heap of damage. Torn apart memories comes out. Uzi gets away. A big pop-up onto BTK. Down goes Lord T. Mobazane going to try to get himself out of dodge. Is going to be able to find an escape, but I mean, even with a perfect knock-up on 3 members of BTK, only able to find the kill onto 1 and still in great position. Joybaj, whoa, we're looking for that wall. Joybaj is actually gonna be able to get away. Mobazane going deep in on to Fallout. You can see Melody down here at the bottom looking for some type of aggression to kind of come in there and put his best foot forward with the wall. It's gonna separate the rest of BTK. Mobazane very wisely tripping over that wall to get himself clear of the damage, and he's gonna try to find an escape. Look at him out here versus 5 members right now. Is gonna still try to get away. Split is out there. Are we gonna be able to find it onto Mobazane? Uzi thinking twice about actually executing that onto Mobazane. ISO with the flicker, and Wapsi finds the kill.
I feel like a couple of times now, ISO's been caught out of position where he really shouldn't have been, but they come back on the red buff.
Oh yeah, we do see Ana gonna get taken out there. Melody, last one here, all alone with the help of Uzi. Guapsi gets taken out by T. Uzi still trying to look for some type of aggression here. Isn't able to find it. Yato, I want to say greedily trying to go back to base there right now. You were talking about being sloppy. I just think that they're a little bit more confident in this game than they were during the first.
Yeah, I agree. And we talked about that comfortability moving in the game too. You got to build a little bit of confidence, maybe a little bit of overconfidence in some of these plays. As Fallout is somehow finding 8 kills. They rush into Lord with Conceal.
Yeah, Conceal play coming out, but they don't actually go onto Mobazane. We don't have that wild charge coming out just yet. We do have the Way of the Dragon coming down onto Uzi. Still very tanky for himself. Ana in a great position to try and steal. Torn apart memories comes out. Is going to be able to find the kill onto Uzi. Big pop-up onto Ana. And that is not going to be the retribution. It's going to be for Mobazane who finds that. A great pickup for the side of BTK to withstand that possible steal from Ana. Big pop-up. Yato goes down. Midnight's gonna find the kill for that. We do have that sentry, the magic sentry, going out to give the rest of Fallout a little bit of vision out there. Right now, 3 down for Fallout, 1 down for BTK.
And it feels like that was the attempt for Fallout to not lose the game, to get back in it. Midnight, though, keeps finding kills and picks over the extensions of BTK. This greediness is being soaked up by Midnights. And I was going to say, it feels like Fallout is taking like a little bit better in this game. And they threw it all at that Lord pit, but Joybaj finds Fanny.
I mean, we're talking about too little, too late right now. We're at the 14-minute mark. It's 10-19. They're able to find a few kills, but at the overarching description for this match is they're still able to enforce their will. Still 1 more high ground tower. You see Melody doing a great job here on the back line. In comes Uzi. Torn apart memories does a heap of damage onto Melody, who's going to have to use that wild charge to get himself away. We do have, they killed it before that Luminous Lord could charge at this, and you see the high ground tower lives to fight another day. Yato going to probably get that split from Uzi. Uzi decides against landing on top there. Oh, no, he doesn't. He's actually over there, but in the back bad way from Mobazane. And he's still kind of continuing the damage on there right now. Mobazane does get a little bit of a stun, down to about half health. They're still continuing on this push. You can see Uzi taking a heap of brunt of that assault from BTK. Meanwhile, on the side, conceal play. Joybosh comes in, does land the Petrify and the pop-up, and now we have the fist crack that takes down Uzi and Midnights. This might be all she wrote for Fallout, as BTK is knocking on the door, but there is nobody home. That is going to be the second game, a sweep for BTK.
And we both predicted this, right? We predicted the 2-0, but it was really important for Fallout to take a game off of them because tomorrow they play TOB. TOB is no slouch. They're just as good as BTK, better even, right? In these standings. So where's Fallout going to find a game? And on the opposite side of the spectrum, Empire gets to play LaimiTop tomorrow, right? Where they're expecting to pick up at least a game. And they're so close to taking fourth away from Fallout. It feels like Empire may be able to take fourth place position here as Fallout falls short to BTK.
I mean, it would have been nice to see. I mean, I think just on paper, we all knew what the end game was going to be here when it comes to BTK. And I mean, honestly, I have to say, even I'm impressed with how that match went for BTK. It was very solid, there's a lot of synergy, and especially in that first game, a very few mistakes. Second game, you marked it out there, a little sloppier, a little bit more confident in what they had to do. They didn't mind taking deaths.
Yeah, I feel like, and you actually called it in draft, an early Fanny pick felt not good. And we see the performance here, never really got support in the jungle to get their own buffs, invaded very early. I think it was the second blue, actually. Zane was there, seals the deal with Retri, and from then on, Ana becomes kind of a has to play around the base and use that defender's advantage with the fountain to heal up, get energy, and go out. But you've only, like you said, got 3 cables, and then you're done. It felt like Fanny was rendered neutralized.
Absolutely, and we talked about pressure for today, and it seems like pressure has really catched up with Fallout, and they're just not ready for that pressure against the 2 best teams. And today was a day, but we saw 2 sweeps with both BTK and Ackerman. BTK still securing their pride, still showing their performance as one of the top teams this series. And I mean, Fanny. Playing against Fanny for BTK seems like it was still at ease.
Yeah, well, I mean, we talked about it. It was a very early pick for Fanny. Not just an early pick, but you already had a Cho out there as well, which is a really good pick against Fanny.
And going into this replay, we see the gold, it's 8 kills up, right? It's a 5k gold advantage. But watch the way Uzi gets picked out by ISO. Now they have no front line, but it's Joybaj who sits in the bushes and finds Fanny. The only hope, this was all Fallout throwing everything they had to not lose this game. And Joybaj picks the Fanny, finds the knockup, and that seals the deal for the rest of this game. After this, they go in and they finish the team up. They break the high ground turrets and end the game quite quickly after this. But it felt like that was Fallout's time to try to retry the Lord and steal and get back in it, but Joybaj says not today.
Yeah, and this game might just put Fallout a little bit behind than the Empire, as the Empire, we'll see which team comes on top, but a lot of great replays. And even though Fallout has come short even in the very start of the match, there's still a lot of times where they try their best to come back a little bit in the series. And the MVP goes to the Mobazane, the god of ML, Mobazane, the most valued players with that Martis. What we really wanted to see him play. What were thoughts, guys?
I mean, and not just the Martis and the Paquito as well. I mean, he did a great job. And this is what's a lot been the big questions on the community's minds is Mobazane, can he only play the tanks? Can he only play this? And every single time Mobazane's able to kind of go out there and show, it's not just the tanky heroes, not just the Fredrin. You could see over there too, I mean, he just has a great, I want to say, understanding of the game and where he needs to be to kind of find these kills.
Yeah, and you're talking about best play in the game. Here we have him highlighted, making some of those positional and showing the expertise on not just the tanky heroes. I, as a fan, love to see him on these fighter types, farm fast, gank assist heroes. And here he is standing tall this last moment to where this is the last chance Fallout House to win. Joy Bodge picks him, and Zane just follows up. Oh, he's dead. I can go ahead and get Lord, no problem. Using and communicating the cohesion between this team to cleanly take that Lord when they were kind of surprised that Fallout concealed out to that. And just the coolness under pressure right there for Zane to hop out of the Lord pit, wait for his team, they stop DPS onto the Lord, and they allow the rest of the team to kill the members of Fallout, so there is no contest.
On that recall, I saw that recall spamming with no fear. And that's just what we want to see. We're gonna take a little break before we come back to the last series. Don't go anywhere, and we're ready to see you back. Welcome back, everyone, to the halftime show. We're down to the last week of the regular season, and the excitement is only building up. But before we dive into the rest of the match, we have some exciting community news to share to you. First up, we want to remind everyone to cast their votes for their favorite dual casters. The deadline to vote for this is Sunday, so don't miss your chance to have your voice heard. Your votes will determine which duels will be hosting the playoff and live stream, so remember to pick and choose wisely. Head over to our Discord server to cast your votes now. Now, for our second piece of news, we have so many incredible players in the NA community, and we love to celebrate their stories. This week, we shared the story of our good friend Nicky Poo, or Chaturjan Nick. If you haven't checked out our latest interview with him, make sure you do. We had a fantastic time chatting with him and learning about his journey in the Mobile Legends world. And who knows, the next story could be about you. We are always looking for inspiring and passionate players in our community to feature, so don't hesitate to reach out to any of us if you think you have an interesting story to share. And speaking of our wonderful community and the players in it, we have two incredible guests today. AV Gaming and Ariel. They're not only streamers, but also fans of the community.
Hi Liz, how are you today?
I'm good. I was waiting for you guys to just jump in with your introductions. How are you guys doing today?
We're doing great.
Great, thank you. So I am AV.
I'm Ariel, and we stream together, and I carry him in the game. And if we lose, he blames me, but if we win, he takes the credit. So that's how it works.
That's how it works in every single game.
And we also have a Twitch. We also have a gaming YouTube vlogging channel.
So we do have a vlogging channel where we actually did a whole vlogging day for the last NACT. So I'm actually looking forward for this upcoming NACT for another second part, basically, of all NA community, because it's not only with us. It's like we talked with, I don't remember, we talked with Cena, we talked with Private a little bit, we talked with obviously Dave, we talked with Steph Wisi. I don't know, it was an amazing day. So I'm looking forward for another one.
Yeah, and we're excited to have you guys come back this year. But for the regular season, you guys have been watching the games, right? What are your thoughts? What are your favorite teams? How are you looking at the current standings?
My favorite team?
Yes.
Okay, my favorite team is no longer in the tournament. My favorite is Weixin. They still have a position in my heart because I enjoy those Hanabi games. Because, because we have this arguments a lot, because I know it's a win or lose thing, but it's still gaming, right? It's supposed to be fun and entertaining. And I think Weixin showed us that part of the game, and also I think it opened my eye to like how to see the game. There are so many possibilities and so many ways to play the game. It's not just meta heroes, or it's not just the perfect lineup. You can do so many choices with the game. I like that part. About you?
For sure.
Well, yeah, obviously.
Like,
yes.
Continue, AV. Do you agree? Do you agree with the Weixins?
So yeah, actually, yeah. Like, I mean, there was a post I made when the announcement of Weixin's being taken out of the tournament. I actually posted on live stream. I was on live stream when someone in my stream came and told me, like, dude, did you see that the Weixins are out? Because I've been talking about the Weixins for like the past 2 months too. So that's why. And then I posted on live stream on the official post on Mobile Legends channel. I was like, justice for the Weixins can be the real meta. And then some people actually took it like not as a troll comment that I kind of did, because it was actually a little bit of a troll comment. And some people took it really seriously. Actually, Trex talked about it on his stream. He got clipped. They sent it to me. It was a funny thing. But honestly, like, yeah, I enjoyed a lot watching the Weixins, because even with their so-called troll picks, that's just their comfort picks. So it's not really about your hero in this case. It's more about like how you play it. They actually beat BTK at some point with the Hanabi pick, the Alpha Jungler. It was actually a good moment and a really time to enjoy the game, basically.
And these are the heroes some of us enjoy to play. And for the playoffs and for our current top 4 competition, what are your thoughts? Are you Empire, A77, Fallout?
Honestly, like, I was looking at it, I was like, numbers don't lie. I
I know you were gonna say that numbers.
I'm all about numbers. I'm really all about numbers, and the score the score on the LaimiTop is definitely really bad. So it's unfortunate to see them, being so all the way to the bottom when they could like maybe, improve over time. Like BTK has been improving over time, which actually makes us excited about a matchup and the finals between BTK and the Ohio brothers. But I don't know, in this upcoming game,
It's already
I think
determined. He
Aerosmith
thinks
7 should
BTK
win.
and Ohio brothers.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be like Ohio brother win the first two games, and then they decide to troll on the third game and then pick Mia or Fanny Tank, and then they lose on the third game, and then they win on the fourth game, and then they take the win.
And you heard it. That's what AV Gaming and Ariel stirring up a lot of controversy with BTK and Ohio brothers basically going to the grand final, and Ariel thinks that the Ohio brothers might troll with the Mia tank but still win the series. So that was some bold statements that you guys have made.
I hope at least we get to see Shark again on the Fanny. I don't know. I hope you.
I'm not sure if we're gonna see Shark with Fanny in the grand final, but let's see if LaimiTop can make them do that tomorrow. But thank you guys so much for joining us today. Make sure you follow them
Thank you guys
on their
for having
streaming
us.
accounts. You guys will be going to Vegas, right?
Yes. I will see you all in Vegas for sure.
Yeah, so we will catch them in our stream. If you guys can't make it to Vegas, you can always watch our streams and get a chance to see how the community, how the event is. But thank you guys for joining us. We'll take a short break and see you guys back for the last match of the day.
Thank you guys. Good luck with the games.
We've got each other's back.
Legendary.
We're the best duet ever.
An enemy has been slain.
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Legendary. Monster kill.
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
Welcome back, everyone. Let's take a look at the updated standings right after the match between BTK and the Fallout. The Fallout is falling out of the 4th place if they don't secure another win tomorrow, but currently the Ohio Brothers still standing in 1st, BTK in 2nd, Ackerman in 3rd. First 3 things have not changed, and the 4th, Fallout, hasn't win the game against BTK, but they're still in 4th. And then we have the Empire versus Area 77. So for Fallout, they're really hoping that tomorrow LaimiTop will be winning some games against the Empire in order to secure their place. Guys, give us some deeper analysis on how the situations can go in. I'm not a math person either, but
I'm not a math person either. Numbers sometimes confuse me, but from what I'm seeing there, especially when it comes to tonight, it does look like Area 77 is in the hot seat right now against LaimiTop. A lot of pressure on them because if they sweep LaimiTop, it will fit them just above Fallout.
A lot of movement can happen in the 2 through 6 range. The teams are really close. 1st and 2nd, because of Wasian's DQ, it throws around the brackets a little bit, and it actually gives the advantage over to BTK. Tomorrow does play Area 77, so they have a chance to gain points and just seal the deal on as far as now. If Area 77 wins a lot tomorrow and maybe shuts out BTK in a sweep, things change around crazy. But if things go as we predict, the biggest movement today can be Area 77. If they sweep, taking 4th place away from Fallout, and Fallout, they have to play TOB tomorrow, right? So it's like, oh, it feels really bad. Empire plays LaimiTop, Area 77, BTK. So it feels like Empire has the greatest chance to take 4th if I was to bet all my money in my bank and lose everything if I lost, but a lot of movement for that 4th place spot.
For sure. And to give you guys an idea of how the playoffs would have gone if they were to start today, which they don't, but based on today's standings, it would be the first matches will be between the Ohio Brothers versus Fallout and BTK versus Ackerman. I believe it will be between the top team and the 4th team versus the 2nd and the 3rd team. And whoever wins will be going into the next round of the winners bracket until the last.
Yeah, and we were talking about this before too. That first pick, first ban, so important for these teams right now. BTK basically securing it right now. So that means that you're gonna have to have a plan if you're either Ackerman or one of the 3 teams right now that are vying for 4th place.
That screen it actually confused me because I saw another bracket down below, because the playoffs is double elimination. So these teams will have a chance to run the gauntlet if they do lose early. I mean, you're kind of biting on your nails if you're that 4th place team going against TOB. I don't think you'll see any room for error or imagination in those games. The playoff, I think, it will be strictly business. So to go against a team like TOB, that 4th place slot, I mean, you want to be in playoffs, but man, now we got to play TOB. It's a tough spot,
It is a tough spot. It is a lot of chances and opportunities having a fresh start in the playoffs, but TOB, they're not looking to make any mistakes. And we're going to quickly go into the draft of the last game today.
Yeah, we were just talking about a very important match for Area 77, but blocking their way, LaimiTop. We've talked about it, a great effort put forth by LaimiTop. Haven't right now been able to kind of capture that magic, but they still have a lot of room to grow here. There's not any room. The pressure is all on Area 77 in this match. LaimiTop know where they are. They're in it right now. They're relaxing. They're gaining that experience. It's all pressure on Area 77. They need a sweep here.
Yeah, like Private is alluding towards, mathematically, LaimiTop is out of playoffs, right? They can't make it. And that's a tough spot to sit in, but we have to give them props for still showing up and playing these games and finishing out the season. We hope that they stick together in future seasons so they can use all the experience that they gained in this to go forward. But what LaimiTop can do is they can ruin somebody's day on the other side. If they take a couple of games off Area 77, they take a game off of them, then things start to get really crazy in game differential. That's the biggest thing LaimiTop can add to this and throw in the way of Area 7. If they take a game here, now Area 77 doesn't get to 4th place with 2 wins here. It shakes things up a lot. So although they're out, they still have a lot of influence in how these games go for the next 2 days. Excuse me, today and tomorrow.
Yeah, that's an amazing way to put it. Like, they're out of it, but they still have a wrench that they can throw. They can still ruin somebody's day this weekend if they can get a victory off of one of them. So we're going to see how well LaimiTop can kind of compete here against a team like Area 77. Now, Area 77, a very bright star here, especially at the beginning of these round robins. However, they have struggled. There's been a lot of mix-ups when it comes to the roster, who's playing what role, and it does feel like sometimes they get frustrated. They play a very emotional game. When they're on it, and they kind of crush competition. When there's a loss, when something doesn't go their way, it feels like it's very hard for Area 77 to get themselves out of that hole.
Yeah, I feel like Area 77's like graph throughout the season looks kind of like a mountain. Like they kind of went up and then they really went down, and it's been kind of a fall from grace. I know me is like predicting these games and how they're going to go. I've kept putting faith in Area 77 in a couple of places, and we're just seeing like how far have they fallen truly. And we have to assume that emotional has gone into play because we know these players can compete with some of the top teams here, but they're not lately, right? And so we think that emotions are in the mix of that. But regardless, the numbers are as they lay at the end of the season. And that's found Area 7 towards the bottom of the board. They haven't fallen so far, though, that they're out of playoffs, which is a saving grace for Area 77. They can turn their season around right here, right now.
Yeah, and it's going to be an amazing journey for either of these teams. We've talked so much about this fourth place, but here in the draft, I mean, we can see some very prototypical bands coming out, and especially with that first pick going over to Valentina. LaimiTop is kind of, they aren't really one of those teams with like a super outside the box type of draft. They try to stick to the synergy. I think one of those growing places that they need to kind of shape up comes with the execution of some of those comps. They do have pretty decent, pretty all right drafts, but when you get out on the field, when it comes to the rotations, when it comes to the execution, they can kind of fall a little behind.
Yeah, I agree. I think that already, though, you're seeing little strides against that. Valentina, very strong laner, answer with the Faramis right over. And I feel like those are kind of a trait. It's like we both get cold altars. Okay, let's take it. You know, you get one, I get one apiece. But the Minzathar, and there's not an R lot to be played in the lane against it, is actually susceptible to like a glue pick here. It's been banned out. Well, there goes my whole point. But Minzathar is a great pickup. It plays really, very late game. But as we've seen with the Faramis Minzathar, it needs time. It wants to get those late game team fights in Area 77. If they start to snowball, LaimiTop may never get there.
Very interesting here. I mean, when we're talking about the draft, we already have picked up our mid with the Faramis. I'm going to assume that's there, unless you're going to try to flex that into a support role. But in answer to that, you saw Area 77, they pick up the Melissa. What do you have that can kind of dive back there? She can't go with the prototypical Yuzong, Lapu, any one of those fighters that close a distance, because you have that go away from Melissa. Usually you want that far away damage where you're talking about a Farja, a Eve, who can actually lay down damage from a great distance, where that go away doesn't have as much of a suppressing ability. I mean, it's going to be very interesting. I would like to see what LaimiTop has as an answer to that.
And it may be towards the assassin route, right? Because Kaja's suppression has been taken off the board. Franco is still available, but that's one suppression off. And so it may invite a dive style assassin to go in. I think the team fight right now looks really good for LaimiTop, but it's going to take a minute to get there. I wonder where the jungles will fit into this. Right now, we haven't seen them picked on either side, so they're saving those for a later game style. With the R-Lot ban, I think it opens up a little bit of an opportunity for the Valentina to steal some other things, right? Stealing a King's Calling is really good. We expect it to be the Cult Altar, but maybe he steals the King's Calling and uses them back on them. So LaimiTop has to be really careful what they draft with here, because they've given over two very powerful ultimates to the side of Valentina.
Yeah, very interesting. The only problem with stealing the King's Calling, you get the damage from it, and you're going to be able to negate some of those dashing abilities. However, are you going to get the passives that you get from the items? That's where Minzathar really kind of takes off, is that if you have the slow, a stun or something like that, or from his passive, the King's Calling really kind of parlays you into it, where they're all activating those passives. If Valentina uses it, I mean, you use the King's Calling, it's just not as effective. We're going to see how well it kind of plays into here. We're going in, we see Martis getting banned out here, and Hayabusa being taken off the board by LaimiTop.
To kind of move towards the marksman side of this conversation, I think Beatrix and Melissa kind of traded out in lane. Both of them have range, the sniper versus the puppet pushing. As far as late game DPS, I think they kind of tie up a lot of things as well. The real difference is the sniper ability late game for Beatrix to knock people out of the fight before it even begins. But on the other side, they go away from Melissa, or the stay away, whichever one, and preventing people from moving into that. And Minsathar is going to want to go forward, right? And if Melissa can get range away from that, should be able to lay that puppet down and do a lot of damage into it. So I think already they seem to have a solid group team fight on both sides, but we're waiting to see how they finish it off. I'm hoping for an assassin on LaimiTop, but they've banned out a couple of assassins themselves, which confuses me a little bit.
I mean, they're taking out a lot of setting potential from the side of LaimiTop here. You saw the Grok getting taken out. We still have the Kufer on the board, still have an Atlas out there, but I mean, in answer to that, you already have chosen a Lolita, so you won't be picking up a Diggy. It's gonna be very interesting to see where we go. Banning phase is over, still looking for the picks, and we're gonna go ahead, pick up that very tanky jungler in Fredrin for LaimiTop.
I think it plays well with Minsathar and Faramis, right? Faramis can buy him a lot of time and extra life, but a taunt into that King's Calling provides so much more time for, just like you highlighted, the passives for the Minastar ultimate to really take effect. And I think what a grouped up stomp comp LaimiTop has put together, and it feels like Area 77 is built kind of the same. So we may see two massive death balls fighting each other back and forth in Cold Altars and Luminon Blast versus the King's Calling and fighting those off. I think actually Minsathar plays really well into Lolita because he can stop the ultimate in multiple forms, and that may be the only tool, so far at least, that LaimiTop's drafted that can actually get back and grab Melissa, because so far nothing else can really penetrate what Area 77 is set up here.
I was just about to bring up that point. It's very interesting. You have the Numenon Blast coming out, a very easy hook for Minsathar to kind of pull them into that King's Calling, especially when an objective is calling out. You pull them into that King's Calling, you have a taunt. It gives a wide area for Fredrin to work with to go ahead and get that objective. We were talking about it though. Comes down to your execution and how you can pull that off. I just kind of, on paper, I'm kind of in love with LaimiTop's composition here. It's just got like the wombo combo perspective here that you can go with is great. But like we said, it's going to come down to execution, and I would love to see LaimiTop be able to pull this off.
Looking at a Alice Jungle coming inside of Area 77, and then the Lapu with backline access. Again, we're talking about those two death balls fighting each other, and who we get to Melissa, it's on there. They've got it.
Yeah, and we're gonna go take a quick look at the predictions here. You can see everybody on the same boat here. All the predictions going to Area 77 with a sweep here. All the casters on the same line here. I mean, like we said, they need this sweep to be able to have chances at that fourth place. It's all on the back of Area 77. All pressure on them. Can LaimiTop throw a wrench into those plans?
Game 1 of the series, and this is the chance, like Private said, for Area 77 to turn their season around and gain 4th place for themselves with this series. It's so big for them, and they need to do it well and execute it so they can go into tomorrow with confidence.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of an exciting game for me too, because I want to see how well Area 77. We've talked about a lot of issues that they've kind of faced as a team. This is going to be one of those exhibitions where we really need to see something great out of them if they have hopes of kind of making it into the playoffs. Now we're seeing a little bit of an engagement pull back onto Lav and Gals right now, not able to find a kill, and still haven't really gotten, nice little pickup there by Wand Punch to secure that Lethal Wanderer.
I love these two teams. Honestly, I think on paper, they're very well matched. Golem picked up the Kadita Roam, actually, for access back to that Marcuti, where no one else can really go back there. Golem can. If the hook isn't enough, they can still get back there. They have a tool to go. Unfortunately for Golem, it's not with the Petrify, right? So he's going to have to use that Flicker. Not going to have as much damage as a traditional mage Kadita would have. So they're going to have to really be special about how they get to Marcuti.
Oh, we do see a little bit of a gank. Gollum trying to come in here is not going to be able to find a great defense there from Area 77 to see that coming, and especially positioning from Gals to see that come in and be able to withstand that gank.
To highlight something a little bit new, I think, Hale is actually taking the fighter emblem on the Minastar, where it's usually that tank emblem selected for him. And moving on to the other side, I think that actually Area 77 has drafted themselves a late game win condition in the Alice jungle here. Now you have Alice and Melissa dumping out so much damage. Josh is going to be able to provide so much pressure onto the backline. Beatrix is not going to have an easy time because if anybody plays Lapu, you know that Flicker skill 1 is going to come through onto the marksman very quickly.
You see Gollum trying to go ahead and fend off. Ooh, One Punch actually able to pick it up. Numenon Blast comes down, does land a stun on to the side of LaimiTop. Big pop up there as well. One Punch gonna be able to get out of dodge with his life. Golem takes down K, so this is a good fight for LaimiTop.
Absolutely, and we saw the hook already coming through and doing work. Halei joins that team fight at the turtle and makes it happen. It was actually Joshy Cutie who didn't really show up, in my opinion, got chunked out and has to go clear the wave, and then start winning the lane into Lapu, where Lapu should have a little bit of an advantage because he can avoid the CC that Ministar wants to play with using his ultimate.
Speaking of which, here comes Assault from the back line. Go away, has been executed there onto Mar. Is not going to be able to find the kill there. Oh, this is what we were talking about when it comes to the execution. I mean, he comes in, is able to find it, but I mean, not enough damage just yet to be able to take out the marksman from Area 77.
LaimiTop up to 1,000 gold lead already 3 minutes into this game, and I feel like that's great for them. I think the ticking time bomb, unfortunately, though, is KQT. The Alice late game, we all know it, and with the jungle is going to have access to a lot of farm throughout the game, is going to have so much power. Paired with the Numenon Blast and a Lapu provides so much time and stun time duration for Alice to sit there and do damage with Melissa. This Alice is going to be a problem late game.
There is so much pressure on this top lane of Area 77 right now. One Punch kind of sitting here back in the bush. We do miss a sniper shot. Here comes One Punch trying to come in. You do see a beautiful pop-up. Does land. Damage is going to be enough. Golem gets taken out. Here comes the rest of Area 77. One Punch going to have to try to find an escape. Does get frightened, but not too much harm done there, except the fact that you lose a member for your own gank.
Yeah, they've kind of forced that, right? Oh, like you're talking about the pressure coming out from that, it became predictable. And then Gals is sitting in the bush, you don't even know is there, lays down the Numenon Blast, and actually gets a kill for the side of Marcuti. Now it's Marcuti who's got a little bit of a gold advantage there, and it's Mar who's like, wait, I didn't get a kill. We tried to get a gank. I didn't get nothing from that.
Yeah, we are starting on this turtle, about 10th of health left on there. One Punch going to be able to pick up his second objective. Now you can see LaimiTop there. Are they going to go ahead and continue this aggression? Cult Altar is out for both teams. You see the Brave Fighter stance coming in for Jace. Ooh, Gola putting on some damage. One Punch latching onto Gals. Can Mar find damage? Misses another sniper shot, but trying to come in to put the damage onto Gals. Down goes Gals. Lob and Jace in a little bit of trouble. K comes in. Lob, Cutie, and Jace are down. What a great game for LaimiTop as they are continuing their aggression. K goes down. That is a 1-6 for LaimiTop.
A 5-man wipe early from a team that would expect to take time to get going in this team fight. No, LaimiTop says we can do it now. 5-minute mark clears the whole Area 77 off the board. Area 77 has to win these games in a dominating fashion, and LaimiTop says, no, we're not going to just roll over.
We just need LaimiTop to kind of continue with these winning conditions, stay very sharp for it, and they could see their a very dominating win here. Assault actually in a little bit of trouble. Is going to have to activate that flicker to get out of the way. Terrified now is going to use that Shadow Assault to get away, or the Shadow Stampede, pardon me. Mar coming in, does, catches a snipe onto Gals and finishes him down. Lob in a little bit of trouble here. Golem trying to put on the damage, but I'm not sure if he's going to be able to do it. You see K, he is surrounded by 3 members, bit off a little bit more than he could chew, but that allows Mar to pick up their tower.
Yeah, so to say, who cares if the support trades for the mage? You get the turret after that, kill for kill. Yeah, some assist goal goes over, but we got the turret. I think the biggest problem in the last couple of minutes here is that mid lane outer for Area 77 is down. That gives so much access to the side of LaimiTop to move without vision. Nobody knows we're out of the map anymore.
Oh, we do have a nice pull there from Halid. Gonna find the kill onto Marcuti. Gal's powerless to stop it. Is gonna have to find an escape.
How far has Area 77 fallen? Yes, they have some late game win conditions here, but LaimiTop putting in work early. I mean, this is so surprising. 5K gold up at 6.5 minutes. Now, we saw a similar tale with Empire early, going against a stronger ranked team than them. They had this advantage, and they made some mistakes at the end, and it was Ackerman able to run it back. Let's see if if LaimiTop can end cleanly in what looks like a snowball.
Yeah, Snowball is correctly. Can they maintain it, though? You see a great positioning on the map right now. Golem, they still have great vision. They still have great presence right now. We were talking about execution, and it seems like they heard me because they are playing a very crisp game. A little bit of a hesitant start at the beginning when it came to kind of ganking up at the top lane. Oh, One Punch going to go in. Do they have the rest of the team ready in a position? Numenal Blast coming down with the flicker. Does take down One Punch. Assault goes down. Occult Altar has been activated. Golem goes down as well. Oh, we were just talking about the execution, and unfortunately, it looks like they're going to go ahead and take the heat for this one as they lose 2 members.
Oh, man. I feel like we cast a curse in private.
Cult Altar is out. You see in the backline, KQT diving behind that tower. Halil finds a kill, though. And is that going to be enough? Lav QT goes down. Assault traded for that as well. It is a 2-to-1 death right here in favor of LaimiTop. It's still a 6-11 game.
And I actually thought going into this that LaimiTop would have the stronger team fight. But we saw when Area 77 grouped up. Now, it wasn't a full 5v5. A couple of members of LaimiTop were into the 5-man of Area 77. And you saw Area 77 come alive for a moment right there. And I think if they can keep doing that, they'll give enough time for Alice to get to where she needs to be to take over this team. Looking at her itemization, she has a couple. The Clock of Destiny's built. The rest of it's going there, but not even close to that critical mass Alice needs to really take over a team fight. She won't have access to the Vengeance, so she's going to need a lot of itemization.
Unfortunately, I want to say like that last team fight, the reason for it was because One Punch kind of dove in a little deep without the rest of LaimiTop being in a position to really capitalize on that gank. So what did Area 77 do? They found an opening and they took down One Punch very quickly. And that kind of was, oh, a nice little pull there. Actually is able to take down Gales. They are doing a great job, surprising. Nice taunt onto Lava, who's trying to get away. Pop-up misses, and we do have to activate that Cult Altar to try to get away. Are they going to be able to find a successful kill onto Lav? They are not, but this means they have a great pressure onto this mid tower. Minions are starting to march up, but they're going to turn their attention to this first Lord.
Look at the cohesion and honestly the rotation coming out from LaimiTop. They look smooth. It's grouped together, and I have to commit Halil, who struggled on other heroes in other series, is taking over this game. Locks in the golden staff on a fighter emblem Minotaur and making it look damn good.
Yeah, and doing an amazing job of it too. I absolutely am in love with the fact that they saw that they couldn't get any more pressure onto the mid. Immediately, all of them went to turn their attention to that Lord. Unfortunately, now we're starting to see a little bit of a slip when it comes to that macro play, as they're starting to lose a tower. They lost a tower, but that's the first tower that they have lost, and you can still see a wide open area here for Area 77 because they've lost their entire front row of towers.
Now let's see how they can chain together these objectives, okay? So they back off of pressure, they make a good first step, they grab Lord. Now how can they set up Lord for success, take out the outer ring of turrets, and prepare themselves for the next Lord? Or what Area 77 do? Can they throw a wrench in that plan?
Yeah, and we're trying to line up the lanes right now. Lord coming up at top. You can see that LaimiTop doing a great job. Minions coming at all sides here right now. That is one tower down. We are down to, on the top side, we are down to the high ground tower. Now we're starting to put damage onto the mid. You can see the minion there working alone, and the big pop-up. This might be it for, we have a Cult Altar coming out there. Gals comes in trying to put on some defense for his team. Sniper shot goes wide. You can see the Lord up at the top taking a heap of damage from that tower. We are down to only high grounds. A nice hook lands onto Jays. He is going to be able to expend that flicker to get out of harm's way. Assault coming in is not finding that Shadow Stampede, is not able to hook that onto anybody just yet. We're down to high ground towers for the side of Area 77 right now.
And now is the time Area 77 looks to make Force and Error group up in a bush, play out of vision, and it's LaimiTop going to be trying to clear off all the gold on the map, take camps, pushing the waves, do their job, but retain vision on Lord and make sure no one else can get in here, because that means if somebody gets in that bush and they're not expecting it, someone can get picked off.
Ooh, Golem almost getting caught up in that bush. He actually might be in a little bit of trouble. He's going to expend that ultimate to get himself out of harm's way. Numenal Blast coming out. Cult Altar has been activated. Here comes the rest of LaimiTop trying to put on damage. Down goes Lav. Down goes Jace. Mark might be next on the list. Gal comes up trying to force an engagement. Golem goes and is taken down, but Mark Cutie getting taken down as well. It is one player down for the side of LaimiTop. 3 players down for Area 77, but here comes K with that ultimate, that Blood Ode, and is taking a apart LaimiTop right now. One Punch coming in, trying to put enough damage. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to win this fight, especially against the regen that K has.
Yeah, it's over. Now that he found the minion wave, he can get back so much HP, they can't trade him out. The only hope is that he runs out of mana, but he's got Clock of Destiny, and as the jungle, he has access to blue buffs. It's now, KQT may have hit that point where, oh no, we can't kill anymore. I think the saving grace is actually the burst that Mar has, but Mar was taken out. So this game is all on KQT's shoulders right now. QT has gold on the Melissa, has the kills, but was taken out early once again. It's on KQT. That sustained damage over time that's just unkillable. He has to shine bright here.
LaimiTop, I feel like, need to close this up, especially with this objective. If they can't close it with this objective, they're going to have a rough rest of this game dealing with K. Assault there at the mid, trying to create some pressure to give LaimiTop enough space here for this Lord. They're not really looking to slow play. You can see One Punch putting some damage up on there as well.
Golem.
Yeah, Golem coming in there. Oh, nice. QT goes down. Hali with the damage onto K. Are they going to be able to have enough here? And down goes Hali for LaimiTop. Cold Ultra has been activated from the side. You can see Mar putting on the damage. Flicker activated by Lob, and Jace Cutie trying to put on the damage. Cold Ultra of their own from LaimiTop, and this might be the push that they are looking for. They might be able to secure this Lord if they have created enough distance. 3 players down for Area 77. This might be a sweet and easy Lord for LaimiTop.
A big shutdown bonus does go over with the death of Lei. He had 5 kills. I believe that's like 300 plus gold that went into somebody's pocket, and he locks in a Malefic Roar. That is so much damage coming out from King's Calling Ultimate if multiple people can get trapped in it. But KQT gets a little bit more gold, a little bit more time. Let's see if LaimiTop can close this, because you're right, 10k gold difference is a lot, but if you don't close soon, there's so much scaling that comes out from this Alice, they may not be able to overcome that with a 10k gold lead.
Yeah, and it's going to be amazing to see if they can. We're definitely looking for them. This is where a lot of teams start to falter when it comes to closing out the game. We have a Luminous Lord. We're starting to see them starting to gather around some of these lanes. They want to see, when a perfect team, you're looking for them to kind of sync up these lanes. Engagement starts happening. Assault does get taken out very early. That means you're not going to have a Cult Altar as well. A lot of damage going on here, but down at the bottom, you can see LaimiTop trying to take down this tower. The rest of Area 77 is going to have to answer this. That is a high ground tower that does go down, and the Luminous Lord has been taken down by Area 77. Big, Numenon Blast coming out. Flicker does only catch one of them. One Punch is not long for this world, gets taken out by QT. Now we have a Cult Altar activated for LaimiTop. Golem trying to flicker out of the way, and they are going to be able to escape here a bit. They get a high ground tower, but right now, I mean, you're starting to slip it more into the favor of Area 77.
I have to say, oh goodness.
Yeah, Golem in a little bit of trouble, does get taken down by Jace. Now we have KQT trying to come in here. Lee, and a little bit of health just left there. Jace actually gets taken down by Mar, who's trying to do a great job. Cult Altar has been activated, but QT able to finish the job. QT gonna take down Assault, and right now we are at a 15v22 game.
No, it's happening, Private. The game feels like momentum, feels like it's slowly slipping to the side of Area 77 as these items come online. 12k gold onto Melissa. She has the Wind of Nature. Full build coming out from her. She does so much damage, and it's KQT who's right behind her, got full build now as well. There's such a menace if they can't be taken out early. Halae is going to be melted down, tries to defend an outer against 2 of the latest scaling game heroes in the game.
Yeah, and you do see that One Punch does miss that purple buff. Oh, look at how fast he's being shredded down. Does activate that immortality, but it's not going to be enough. QT is at a pace right now. You do see that Cult Ultra coming out, Assault coming in, trying to put some damage on the QT. You can feel the momentum starting to slip from LaimiTop right now. They need to be able to close this up, because as it gets later and later, Area 77 starting to find their wits about them, starting to find their power spikes, and able to finally start pushing back on LaimiTop.
I think the secret here for Halae, who continue every time I look up, it feels like Halae's buying another item. I don't know if I'm just missing the other ones, but that is a rich Ministar. He just keeps buying. He's at the mall shopping. I feel like the game rests on his shoulders. If he has a good King Calling, if he hits a good hook, it can be completely over for the side of Area 77. To combat that, though, Area 77 has a couple of tools to get around that. Alice, if you hook Alice in, Alice kind of wanted to be there anyway, right? So a couple of tools to play against that, but I think Halei has the chance to win the game for his team.
You can see this positioning right now. Marcutie way out on the distance, looking to get a flank onto the team here. One Punch gonna go ahead, put some damage on to K-Cutie. This fight has started. Look how quickly One Punch is being chunked down. And now that is a jungler down, and you no longer have a retreat. Cult Altar has been activated. Now Area 77 is in chase. Cult Altar activated and pushing in. Mar goes down. Now they are trying to continue the chase on the LaimiTop, who have lost sight of this Lord and been zoned out.
The gold has been brought back completely equal. We're 1,000 gold different at 15 minutes. It might as well be equal. And it's Area 77 has complete vision and control of this Lord now. Now, we talked about how cleanly can they close. It wasn't enough. They fumbled the bag at a couple of plays. And Area 77 was able to hold until the scaling arrived. You don't want to meet a Melissa late game full build. You don't want to meet an Alice late game full build. But here's where we are.
Yeah, and now we're starting. Halei actually taking a heap of damage. Does go down to Marcutie, who is now just absolutely shredding the offense, starting to put the damage onto this mid tower, starting to open up the jungle, or opening up the map as we have a Luminous Lord barreling down the mid. At the top, we see that Jace is starting to clear up that, so that's going to be one tower up at the top. We're starting to try to force this mid tower. Mark does activate. Oh, actually gets taken out by Assault. A stun earned for that kill, though. Are they going to be able to answer? And now starting to put the damage on to this Lord. Gals does earn himself a pop-up from One Punch, but it looks like they're going to go ahead and reset on this map.
That pick on Marcutie just bought them a few more minutes in this game. The importance of taking him out there. I'm not sure why he was so alone in that. You have so many teamfight heroes around you, how you find yourself alone. But Golem goes in and then really delayed. It's Assault who follows up and just picks up a really easy kill on a Marcutie who doesn't have the space and time to deal with it.
Ooh, Assault gets taken down by Lava. You did see that Numenon Blast coming out. Cult Altar has been activated. In comes K-Cutie, trying to put on the damage. Mar in trouble, does get taken out by Jace. On the back line, Juan all alone and is gonna be taken out here as he's shredded down by 4 members of Area 77. Only 2 members left for LaimiTop.
Where are the comms here? Halei is back in the red jungle, not part of this team fight, and he's one of the biggest team fight tools you have. And now they're barreling into their base. They're at the inhibitors.
Yeah, they're after inhibitors. Golem comes in, is going to try to clear out those minions. Oh, and Cutie does go down. Beautiful ultimate there from Play. Coming in now.
Oh!
That Cold Altar has been activated. Beautiful pull there. Numenon Blast coming out. Don't have the flicker, but we still catch 2 members. Golem does earn himself a stun. Play coming in with the damage, but there is an immortality on Jays. Are the 3 members going to be able to take him down? He does earn a pop-up and a pull, so down goes the Lapu from Area 77. Still not out of this fight is LaimiTop.
Look at the effectiveness of Halei when he's able to play in front of a team fight, land his skills, and utilize his full kit. He honestly did most of the damage and setup for that team fight and rolled that whole squad by himself. Imagine the rest of the team playing with him as they now have a 5 coordinated push. They have to end here now. Don't give them another chance back in this game.
But they're actually going for it. They're going to go try to put enough damage onto this mid tower. They do take it down. That is the inhibitor who do earn a pull onto Gals. We have the Cult Altar coming out. Now Golem does find the kill onto Gals. And Immortality has been activated. That's another one for Area 77. Can we find the damage onto this core right now? They have to escape. K goes down. Another death, but Assault does get taken down. Are they going to be able to find it? You can see this core down to about half health. Are we going to be able to find the damage? Jace Cutie taking down One Punch.
Joshi!
Escape here. Look how low they are. A stun onto Halei. He does find a kill onto Jace. Cutie does Mar. But Marcutie, man, look at the damage coming out for him. Immortality has been activated.
It's not enough.
Mar is not long.
It is.
And down go LaimiTop. Said they might be out of this tournament, but they can ruin somebody's night, and that is Area 77.
LaimiTop takes it after kind of fumbling an early snowball, lets him back into the game, finds a good team fight with Halei, and runs it back down into the 1 shot left on the base. That was so close. You saw Marcutie trying to clear those minions just in time. It's not quite enough, but what a game from LaimiTop here. T-Rex gave up on him. He didn't predict for him one more time, and then they turned it around.
Man, I cannot explain how excited I am for LaimiTop to do that. I mean, like we said, they are out of it. They don't have really a hope for the playoffs, but they can throw a wrench into anybody who's going to be facing them. Unfortunately, Area 77 was the first, I want to say, the first one to feel it. And man, what a game by LaimiTop, and especially because they were starting to fall off a bit. Finally got it back together and rounded out for that last push.
It was Haley. We talked about it. He brought so much damage. He got so rich early. And then he started being away from his team, fighting before them, or they're fighting before him. But then finally, he finds a good pick in front of his turret, and they honestly run the game back on that play. And wow, LaimiTop just took a game off of Area 77. If you said that at the beginning of the season, everybody would have laughed in your face. But here we are, Private.
Yeah, I mean, a great game here. You can see almost pretty even, 26-30, but that doesn't really explain what was happening on the map. I mean, some great games played by all of them, especially with, I want to say, Golem doing a great job finding these pop-ups and the kills. And then Haley, when he was part of these fights, had such an impact on these engagements.
And you said it's not the story of the game. I think the story of this game was kind of honestly the battle of the throws. I mean, LaimiTop goes and they throw the Lord push, right? And the Area 7s and go in. And then Marcuti gets found out twice and gets picked twice. Kind of playing without his team, without that protection they provide. Take us through this.
Yeah, you can see over here, I mean, the last push right there, doing such a great job, and especially with the damage that was coming out from the Melissa. I was very scared for them to get taken out very slow, but Lee doing a great job landing or coming here onto the back line saying, all right, screw Melissa, I'm just gonna go ahead, hurry up and try to take down this base Crystal. Does it in exciting fashion, able to find the kill before Melissa is able to stop him.
Oh wow, that might be the night that swept me off my feet. That was what I was looking for. That was a thrilling game. I was not necessarily hoping for any team to win, but seeing LaimiTop being able to perform and put out such a great fight and win the first game, it was just amazing. And for you guys out there, we're having our second giveaway of the day. We have 40 giveaway codes listed on the screen to tournament chests, which gives you 12.5% chances to win one of these skins. So make sure you type that code into the link in the description and secure your wins to one of the skins. We're gonna quickly go back to tournament as you guys drop down the code, and let's see how LaimiTop are gonna do for the next two games.
I have to say right now, I'm a little giddy.
Yeah.
What are the odds of LaimiTop getting their first series win here tonight?
I would have lost a lot of money. If we had odds and we were betting, I would have lost a lot of money on that game right there, because I would have bet a lot that they were going to lose. And I don't want to like be negative Nancy here, but how far has Area 77 fallen? The area that LaimiTop's taking a game off of them, and what if they sweep here? That's a huge drop for Area 77. And to update you guys on kind of the standings on what this loss means, if Area 77 swept this game, they would have taken fourth place straight away. Now, tomorrow still got games to play, but today they would have taken fourth place. With that loss, now they put themselves in tie positions, and we may have to have a tiebreaker, things like that. Now you leave your fate into other people's hands as we go into tomorrow.
But there is another option. There is the option that LaimiTop sweeps Area 77 and takes away their playoff contention here tonight. If somebody can do it, might as well be LaimiTop.
Now you are a bold man, bold adventuring man. The fans are going crazy. To imagine LaimiTop sweeping Area 77 is like really, like you said, giddy and exciting for the side of LaimiTop, but it's kind of a fall from grace for Area 77, right? But like you have to kind of like cheer with the victor of the moment, because like LaimiTop has struggled all season long. They've been beaten down by every season. The fans are like, LOL LaimiTop. I see you guys in the chat, but here they stand tall against Area 77 and it's an exciting faction. I was about to say I bet Ministar's banned this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be, they definitely have to take out Mincetar. Haley played a very great game. There were some times Haley wasn't part of the fights and they had a little bit of lopsided engagements, but they quickly found their wits about them. Are they going to be able to recapture that magic here for the game 2? We're about to find out. A very early Kufra pickup here by the side of Area 77.
that may spell some Dash Hero like want and need, or Gauss Cuties just really come from Lava Cutie. You're right, it's an early pickup for the Kufra. And I was gonna actually talk a little bit about Lava Cutie. We didn't get to talk about it because we were so excited during the stats portion of the last game, but Lava Cutie actually had a really rough game on Valentina. So I'm glad to see him off that on something else. Maybe he's more comfortable on the Faramus, but the 1-8 scoreline for the Lava Cutie Valentina just didn't feel very good. Hele now switching up again. He's played the R a lot, the Ministar, now he gets the YZ. Backline access.
Yeah, I mean, right now you see Yu Zong and Fredrin being picked up. Yu Zong gonna have a great time when it comes to getting to that backline. We don't really know what that backline is gonna be just yet. Lava Cutie gonna go ahead, pick up the Farama, so they're gonna have that Cult Altar, which Assault is going to be able to copy. So it's going to be very interesting to see how we kind of balance these picks out here. We're still looking for a jungler on the side of Area 77. Last game, that Alice didn't really have such a great effect. I mean, well, I want to say during the fights, it was a problem because a lot, when they knew that they were behind, doing a great job. Alice was split pushing, trying to take towers, doing what they could to kind of keep themselves in the game. But I mean, it's something that was outside the box. Sometimes it can work, sometimes it doesn't, but more often than not, I mean, there's a reason you don't see certain picks in that jungle position.
And to kind of counter your point, I felt the same throughout the entirety of it, but there was a moment by Lord where Alice was the only one left, and it felt like nobody could kill Alice, and she kind of ran the team down and killed them slowly, painfully over time, and that was the highlight moment. But you're right, I didn't see that just late game unkillability, I kill all you. I don't think unkillability is a word, but we're gonna push on past that. Hele, much more effectiveness, right? So looking for a big game for him. The story of last game was actually Marcuti on the Melissa, shredding the entire team, doing so much DPS. It felt like if left alive, it was done, but then Marcuti kind of had some positional errors in that game, and a battle of the throws, like I said, it felt like both teams was like, no, you win, no, you win, and throwing it back and forth.
It was very interesting too, especially to see the pressure that they were putting onto the gold lane. I want to say kind of sloppy. They came up there, they missed twice when it came to ganks, but I mean, even a blind squirrel eventually finds a nut, so they finally were able to kind of get in there and find a kill onto that gold lane. So I mean, they had a plan in there, they missed it, and then they're like, they finally were able to find it and then kind of continued on from there. So, I mean, they had a game plan, and that's what I like to see from LaimiTop here, and that's what I've kind of been missing. It's the execution that gets a little shaky, but we're moving into the second half of this banning phase.
I just have to commend how seriously you just laid down that joke and just like kept on rolling through it. And like I have to like retain serious now and reply back as you just laid that down. I think Carrie early feels susceptible to a lot of other marksmen, and they immediately ban out the Beatrix and the Melissa. But Leslie does a really good job of countering it, and so does it just went out of my mind. You got me all messed up, Private. You can't be doing that to me.
Well, I mean, Carrie, the problem here is like the early game, I want to say, is not going to be favoring Carrie. The problem is, I mean, that last game really wasn't early. LaimiTop had the advantage early, but it started extending, started pushing more back, and you started seeing them starting to slip back. You're not going to be able to do that with a Carrie on the other side because she's going to be able to shred you down. They were able to find the kills on some Marcuti before, even with that go away. So it's going to be very much on the planning of the side of LaimiTop. Ooh, a Paquito is going to be picked up here for Area 77.
But I was just thinking, you know who Carrie plays really well in it? Fredrin. It's like the Fredrin killer, and I think that's why it was picked up so early, because just the shred that Fredrin requires, Carrie's got it in spades. But I think that the YZ plays really well into that, right? If you're not, you have the Cult Ultra kind of deny it, but you don't have any like negation for that for Carrie. So when that Petrify comes in on the Black Dragon, Hele lands wherever he wants to, that person's usually dead if it's a squishy, right? Joshy Cutie is going to take the pack into the XP lane, and it looks like thus far it could be flexed in the jungle. We'll see. But the pack into the YZ, I give the advantage very much so to pack. His ability to get in and out and the damage output versus kind of the sustained gameplay of YZ, if Joshy plays it well, should be able to dominate Hele in the lane.
A big Franco pick up for Golem, who's actually had a great game. I think one of the first picks he had in the entire tournament here, or in the entire round robin, was a Franco, and he landed a pretty substantial amount of hooks. Also, we're going to go ahead and see that the Leslie gets picked up. Is that a Bane?
That's a Bane.
On the side of
Private.
Area
I know you
70.
play it a lot. Take it away. This ain't my spot. You're the man.
I'm not gonna lie. I absolutely love Bane. He has, especially with his passive, he has an amazing amount of damage. He can take down towers quickly. It's just a very, especially when it comes to the XP lane, it's gonna be a little slow to deliver. And he has the, I want to say, he has the health of about a mage. He's very squishy, but the damage output he can put out there is an amazing. I'm actually pretty giddy to be seeing a Bane here in this NACT match.
It looks like it could be played in the jungle. I think Josh is going to hold that Paquito, and the Bane trades into the jungle.
Ooh.
So this is your specialty here. I expect a lot of like really insightful things. But to talk about Leslie and the carry a little bit, Leslie's going to counter carry very strongly early game, and then it feels like Leslie really drops off mid game and then comes alive in the late game.
Yeah, definitely very excited about this match. The one thing though, LaimiTop right now could hold Area 77's playoff contention in their hands. Can they shut down Area 77? They said they're out of the playoffs and they are looking to take Area 77 with them. They're not trying to go out alone here, Ben.
I love it from LaimiTop coming in this second to last day with style, saying, yo, we might be out, but you might be out too. Careful, you know, and just taking it to Area 77 in this game. And listen, LaimiTop has been through it. It's so fun and happy to see them winning here. And let's see what they can do with a little bit of momentum in this series.
Yeah, you can already see that Mark Cutie doing a great job. Is going to go ahead already in an evade. He has that jungle emblem, so he's going to be able to clear very quickly. The biggest pluses for Bane are that passive and that crab claw cannon. If he can ricochet that crab claw cannon onto a dying minion and hit somebody, that's double damage for him as well. So it's going to be very interesting to see how it is played, and especially with the output of damage that he can do against towers.
And a lot of pressure being laid down here in the mid as he supports has a wet noodle fight, but it's really the mages trading their HP bars and allowing these invades and more so vision onto where the enemy team is at. We have a little fight about this turtle pit.
Yeah, Terrafot is lava up at the top. It does look like they're no worse for wear. Kufa is going to have to probably back up just a bit. But I mean, Bane and Mark Cutie doing a great job right now traversing the map. He's going to get one of his, he sees already, and we're tuning up the band. Gals goes, and he misses the pop up there. Out comes that ultimate from Bane. Is going to be enough to try to put some damage on. Assault is here with it. Down goes Wand Punch. Lava Cutie going to find the kill onto there. Here comes Lee with that Black Dragon. Mark Cutie in a little bit of trouble. He's very squishy. This is what we were talking about. Is he going to be able to? He gets taken down. Gal in a little bit of trouble. That bouncing ball trying to help him get away. Jace in here in the fray of this with that takes down Golem. A nice pull onto Hali with that Shadow Stampede. And this might be it. Oh, nice little dodge there by Hali. Wand Punch starting on this turtle.
Yuzong with the fancy footwork right there. Very well played from Malay, moving around, using every part of YZ's kit there. The double dash, using everything to perfection. That was a very good Black Dragon coming in to clean up what looked like a very good team fight for Area 77. YZ throws a wrench and all that. And I think that's what you'll see in the fights to come where, yes, maybe they're not winning, and then Black Dragon shows up.
Yeah, Golem gonna sit here, get some vision. Gals Cutie gonna go ahead, find the pop-up there. Mark Cutie comes in, put some damage on. Turtle it hasn't actually been reset, so now we're starting to engage here. Cold Altars are out. Jace finds a kill onto the Turtle. Cold Altars are still out there. We see the Appraiser's Wrath come down, does not finish anybody off. Wand Punch in a little bit of a bad way, does get pulled back on the top side. Gals Cutie does get killed. Assault is gonna have to find an escape, and does. It is 2 for 2 right now. Both teams even, with a little bit of a gold lead by Area 77.
I feel like Area 77, they do take the turtle, and that's great, but it's actually Josh who picks it up. So retries weren't landed to exact perfection, but it's KQT who finds himself roaming into the mid as Carrie helps the rest of the team fight. They lose a kill, and Leslie gets to push down a few more minions, meaning that Mar gets a little bit more gold, a little bit more advantage, expediting this point at which Leslie gets the late game. And if you would rather take Leslie or Carrie in his late game, it's Leslie every day of the week.
Golem doing a great job standing in front. Mar, getting a little greedy there. Gals tuning up the bands, looking for a nice, nice hook there. catches Gals, and now we have the damage coming on the K, who gets shut down. Marcutie comes in here trying to put on the damage. You saw that Crab Claw Clan come out, actually chunked Wand Punch a bit there. Here comes Mar trying to put on the damage. Here comes the deadly catch, a flicker to get out of the way. Nice suppression, followed by a Cult Altar. 2 Cult Altars out right now. Who's gonna come out on top? A silence lands it onto Assault, and both teams gonna go ahead, try to get out. Oh, look at that Crab Claw Clan, almost halved Mar.
Everybody needs a friend like Gals Cutie. Jumps in front of the hook of Golem, takes the bullet for his brother, but they still do actually kill K Cutie, which is a problem because that means Leslie got another kill. 200 gold in the pocket.
Ooh, nice damage there from Assault. Nice little camping there from the Golem, and Assault doing a great job kind of scouting out these bushes. Well, let's take a look at this replay. Like you said, that hook came out. Get down, Mr. President. Gals Cutie able to try to save his teammate, but K Cutie actually goes down anyway. So, I mean, such a great play, but still, I mean, it didn't really have too great of an effect. That ultimate sniper coming out there. Gals Cutie does take the brunt of that assault.
Yeah, this is all time though. It's fine for LaimiTop to go later because they have Leslie. You get to that point where Leslie can start one-shotting and two-shotting really different people on the team.
Nice suppression does land onto Marcutie, who's going to be taken down by Wand Punch. This is going to go ahead and open up this next turtle because now you don't have a retry for Area 77. Jay's Cutie on the other side trying to create some type of distraction here, but you have 4 members of LaimiTop coming in here. This is not the fight that you want, and he's going to go ahead and safely get himself back to the tower.
Olay off to a 2-0 start in the YZ, and we talk about a lot when YZ is played, actually, that a dragon from ahead is way different from a dragon from behind. He's like a little black dragon then, but now 2-0 with the Petrify, he's running at these team fights. You don't want to be K Cutie, you don't want to be Lava Cutie, or even Mar Cutie, depending on the build, with this Olay on the map.
Oh, Marcutie getting caught again. You see that deadly catch coming out, followed by a Cult Altar. Another Cult Altar by LaimiTop coming in here. Big pop-up on the LaimiTop. Finds 1 stun and a silence onto Assault, who is still coming in. Black Dragon has been activated. He's swimming around the air. Lava Cutie gets taken down by Mar and that ultimate sniper. Here comes the taunt from Wand Punch into the dragon form by Lee, who is going to be able to take down Jace. Big pop-up by Gals, who comes in there. This is a bad fight for Area 77. Right now, LaimiTop leading it 7-3.
It's even worse because it's Mar now finds 3-0 skill line. That's at least 600 gold into the pocket of Mar. That's a lot of gold.
Big suppression onto Gals Cutie, takes him out, and you see K not even able to teleport away. LaimiTop doing such a great job of clearing out not just the jungle, but clearing out the bushes and making sure they have vision on everything going on around the map. Meanwhile, Lay up here at the top going to go ahead and try to take down that tower.
What a switch up. No one now. LaimiTop game 2, taking it to him, turning it around.
Oh, Lee takes the full frontal force of a deadly catch from Marcutie. Look at the sustain he has there, but ultimately it's going to be the 2 members of Area 77 that find that. Oh, a hook goes wide for Golem, and this is going to open it up for Area 77 to come in. Still not able to take down this mid tower, and LaimiTop desperately need this mid tower to open up the rest of the map of Area 77.
I feel like all of this is just a forward. It's just like the synopsis before you even read the book, because Mar 3-0. Once Mar arrives to this probably like 15-minute mark, something like that, full build is going to be slapping. And I don't see any tools that they have to get back there and punish him besides a Gals Cutie Tyrant Rage.
Ooh, you see the flicker from Golem, going to get him out of harm's way, but this is going to go ahead, zone them out for this next turtle. Wand Punch comes in, is going to use that taunt. Black Dragon is out. K Cutie in a bad way. Cult Altar has been activated. Beautiful Cult Altar, by the way. K Cutie does get taken down. Suppression has landed onto Jace. Turtle picked up by Lee. Where was this LaimiTop for the entire season? They are having their way with Area 77. Jace Cutie trying to run himself away, taking the team to Juke City, but he has found himself a one-way ticket to Pound Town.
And that actually, it does waste time, but it kind of staggers the team fight as well. Now Joshy won't be up for another 20 seconds, and they can use the 4v5 momentum of LaimiTop to push even further and get even more off the map. Leslie, still not there yet, but has been relegated to split pushing, taking out a lot of turrets on the map, really not even joining that last team fight. It's the rest of LaimiTop, so much power. You're right, where were these guys? The sleeping giants.
Yeah, Sleeping Giants indeed. Mar doing a great job, is going to go ahead, secure this purple buff. Right now, Area 77 needs to be able to mount a comeback. I hate to see my poor Bane treated in such a way. Beautiful suppression does land on the Mar Cutie. Colt Ultra comes out to go ahead and save his life. This tower, mid tower does get taken down. Here comes the deadly catch out there. Does not find its target. Golem finding a little bit of a pop up there onto Gal's Cutie. Down goes Gal's. Mar with the cleanup there. He is now 4-0-1. We see the conceal play coming out and a little bit of a low there from Lee.
You're right. I love for the last game. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, Jace does find a hook and beautifully picked up by Assault. They are trying to shut down Area 77's hopes for these playoffs and doing a remarkable job of it right now. Nice hook landed there. Are going to have to use that flicker. Deadly catch comes out. Here comes the ultimate sniper. The rest of Area 77 forming a wall to protect their mage.
Everybody stacked up there because they knew if one of those gets through, it's over for their man. So they stacked 3 dong to make sure the Leslie ultimate doesn't come through. This is honestly a disaster for the side of Area 77. 7k gold down, 9 minutes in. It's not that 1k gold a minute, which we see a lot of teams where they just create that unstoppable snowball, but this is looking close to it as Golem is hitting hooks under turrets. They can't even defend.
Yeah, and this is already, now Area 77 is scared to go out into their jungle because you have to worry about Golem. This is creating the pressure now that LaimiTop is going to be able to answer that by getting this Lord. Another hook goes out, it is wide, but at this point, Golem doesn't really have to do much to kind of make Area 77 a little scared. He's going to go ahead and walk into that bush without any fear there and be able to kind of push away the rest of Area 77. That's going to be a Lord for LaimiTop.
It's tough to talk about what Area 77 can do here because of the things they've drafted. I do think they have a bit of wave clear in the Bane, but what else do they really have for wave clear? Gals can't get there. Lava Cutie has no ranged abilities that really do a lot of damage. KQ's short range marksman, Pat can't go in. It's a really tough thing to clear these waves out, and that's why LaimiTop is just sitting here in front of them, waiting on Golem to land another hook.
Yeah, the one thing though is, you do see Golem there does get caught out and a huge amount of damage going on. And Colt Ultra comes out as well. He is going to use that flicker. 2 Colt Ultras out. K is able to find the damage with that speedy light wheel. Lord coming in. This might be a wasted Lord, and I have to critique it for the side of LaimiTop. They're getting a little ahead of themselves when it comes to these engagements. Black Dragon is out swimming through the air, trying to put on the damage. You can see this mid. High ground tower does go down. Big pop-up lands onto Mar Cutie. Assault with the kill there. Lob taking a heap of damage. Now they are on the base. Crystal, can they close this game? KQ taken down by Mar. That is 3 down for Area 77. Is this going to be the first win for LaimiTop? Have they shut down? They find their first victory against Area 77 and close out their playoff prospects.
There is no way Area 77 just got swept by LaimiTop. LaimiTop shows up at the end of the season. They're out of playoff contentions and they ruin someone's day. We talked about it. They can't make it to the playoffs, but now Area 77, they can't make it either. They just lost 2 games. I'm not a mathematician, but that is so bad for them. They had a chance and now they don't.
I cannot say how excited I am for the first victory for LaimiTop, the first series victory, first sweep, first everything for LaimiTop to come at such a cost for Area 77. Yeah, they're not making it to the playoffs, but they took one more down with them and they said, we're not going alone. They have successfully shut down Area 77's hopes of going to the playoffs.
And I just have to praise LaimiTop for showing up. Listen, it was not an easy season, and they stuck through it all. Wasians had a little bit better season than them, but chose to go a different path. LaimiTop forfeited games when they couldn't make it, right? But Wasians chose a different path. LaimiTop stayed in, got the experience. Let's see this team come back again next season with all the experience they have and put it to work. 18-5, a shutout performance, a sweep over Area 77. This was a dominant game.
Absolutely dominant. 7-0-4 for Mar, the marksman. 5-0-12 for Assault. Area 77 just could not capitalize on the early game. And once that snowball fell on them, we've talked about it, they have trouble. But take us through some of these replays, Ben.
Look at, for me, it's Mar. Mar's not even part of this team fight. This is a 4v5. The Black Dragon does so much work zoning out, pushing people around. And then Golem hits a hook on Josh. He can no longer dash around. The team fight's completely broken up. It's kind of ugly in the middle because two Colt Ultras go down, but then Mar walks from the top lane open, cleaning up. Josh staggers himself and his own team fight here and prevents even longer time. They can't be grouped up as 5.
And that pro hooker Franco. But do you guys think that that LaimiTop really improved since their gameplays before, or is it Area 77 falling down? Because this is a very critical match, and they've lost to LaimiTop, the team that most of the casters predicted will be an easy game. So what do you guys think?
I think it was a perfect storm of both. Area 77, this was not the strongest Area 77 that we've seen, but on the other side of this was the strongest LaimiTop that we have seen, Ben.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. You said it right. It's a little bit of both, right? Area 77, their fall from grace since the beginning of the season. It feels like their trajectory has been straight downward, and we were asking ourselves, how far? No, they won't lose the Fallout. No, they won't lose the LaimiTop. And they did again. And LaimiTop was just in perfect position at the perfect time. And I think maybe the pressure was off of LaimiTop. They can't change anything about them, and they just got to play for fun, right? And experience. And look at what happens when they play for fun and experience only. When the pressure's off of them, this was a dominating performance. These weren't close games.
Not close games at all. You can see here Lee, especially Lee, doing a great job when it came to knowing his win conditions, what he needed to do to kind of shut down these games. And then not just that, but I feel like there were so many superheroes on LaimiTop, especially when it came to getting the kills, knowing what they needed to do in this early game and taking advantage of maybe a less than stellar Area 77.
Yeah, I think taking advantage, you're right, perfect storm of both things. And it felt like for me, Mar, in both games, it felt like he performed in each. Golem had a pivotal point in this last game of making the picks. You see him here searching out these bushes with hooks, and then right here, Gals, he tries to take the bullet for him, but it doesn't really matter. The rest of the team's just so far ahead that K can be killed without the hook here. And look at the damage that comes across. 2v3, they have enough with Leslie here. It feels like Leslie just dominates Carrie in the lane, and somebody's gonna have to be careful about picking Leslie early, Carrie early, because Leslie may be a great counter pick for it.
I mean, that's what we were talking about too. And I can't even speak. You can't even call that luck, because if he would not have blocked that hook, it still would have caught the marksman, and they still would have come output the exact same exchange there. I mean, picking the Bane wasn't exactly, I love Bane, but I mean, I'm not a top tier player. So, I mean, maybe not the strongest pick for them, but what a way to end tonight here with a sweep for LaimiTop over Area 77.
And it looks like it's been a sweep for every team we saw today. Ackerman coming on top of Empire at a 2-0, BTK going against at a 2-0 sweep, and LaimiTop at a reverse sweep to everybody's predictions going against Area 77. So that puts a stand for the 4th place, as currently the standings have not changed so much. The Ohio brothers at first, BTK and Ackerman at 2nd and 3rd, and Fallout still at the 4th place, but we know that they are going to face a very strong, the top opponent of the series, the Ohio brothers, tomorrow, and today they lost to BTK at a 0-2. So with Area 77 performing in this matchup against LaimiTop, it puts the question on whether or not tomorrow LaimiTop can get a win against the Empire, because that will mean that the Empire will be not as high as Fallout, and then Fallout can have a chance to go to the playoffs. So a lot is on the line.
A huge amount is on the line for all of these teams. It doesn't end here. Tomorrow still battles to get into this 4th place.
Yeah, I think, man, I could talk about this for a long time, so I'm going to make this the most concise that I possibly can. It's such a big deal that Area 77 just got swept there. Pretty much they're out of playoff contention with that game in and of itself. And we were all like, well, if they win 2, they can be in 4th place. And that's how tight those standings were. But when you lose 2 games to LaimiTop like that at the end, it kind of knocks you out. This is a different LaimiTop, right? So I'm wondering tomorrow as they face against the Empire, will we see the whole season LaimiTop or will we see end of season LaimiTop? And Empire, if you're listening, if you're watching this, please take note. This is not going to be an easy game. These guys are different when they have the pressure off of them. I think tomorrow will start with a great game. It sucks though that Area 17 has to play BTK tomorrow, because if you just lost LaimiTop 2-0, if you got swept by LaimiTop, what's BTK going to do to you?
Absolutely, and a lot of intense matches today, and tomorrow will be the last day of the round robin. This is the last week. Casters, what do you have to say to your fans? Remember, the voting is coming in tomorrow, so give your shout out to your fans and then tell us why they should vote for you.
Well, I was just about to say that too. Voting has not stopped. There's only one more day left for voting. And if you want to see this excitement with this beautiful, sexy voice for casting those semifinals, you still have a chance to cast your votes to get this amazing duo ready for the semifinals, Ben.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for the fans for giving us an audience to be in front of, the production, Dave, everybody around it. Thank you for this opportunity. It's been so much fun for me to be on, and with Private as a partner, I could not have asked for a greater partner, honestly. If you guys want to see us cast the semifinals, we love to do this. We nerd out about this. We are nerds about the game. If you want to see us cast one more time, vote for us. The link should be up somewhere in the chat or something like that. We would love to have your vote.
For sure. So make sure you vote for our casters by Sunday and get your votes in and continue watching the tournament. A lot will be happening tomorrow as well. Let's see if LaimiTop can continue performing the way they do and give a fair chance between. They're putting on a show. This is their last show. They have no baggage on their shoulders. So that's how we see a team really performs. All right. See you guys tomorrow. We'd love to have you here. Remember, come here at 5:30 tomorrow Eastern Standard Time.
Cheers.